And we are live.
It's a secret. Hello.
Hello. How y'all doing?
I'm a little under the weather, but we good. We're back. What about everybody else?
I'm eager for a distraction today. So
Okay.
I will neither confirm nor deny that I was up till 3:30 this morning doom scrolling YouTube.
We haven't been on for a while. That was partially my bad. Had some personal life stuff, but we back and we got a mystery to solve. Have a slight thingy.
real quick, I want to change my answer to Emily.
What?
Oh yeah. I had asked them which NPC from Teed Up do you think you might have the most success in a heist with? Like a Ocean's 11 type heist, not like a... Yeah. Emily's actually quite good. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot about Emily.
I have to go back in my notes every time to remember her name.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a good call.
I kind of want to ask who Emily is just because I'm terrible with names.
His I believe kind of caretaker of his home.
Okay.
Cunningham.
Got it.
His Mercy Graves.
I don't know that reference.
Lex Luthor's personal assistant.
Oh yeah, you're Lex Luthor.
I have much better hair than he does.
I mean, well, that's not hard.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, been a minute. But glad to be back. Last time we were here, you guys infiltrated a warehouse of not reputable, reputation. You were looking for information on I believe the Nightwing, anybody who might be tied to it, etc., etc. During that time, our Burial did a really excellent job of distracting the owner of the warehouse, whose last name is Whitehouse. And while that was happening, Sonari not only stole into his office while everyone started a strike with the workers, which was very gratifying to watch. Sonari stole into his office, stole a very important ledger, and also managed to make her way down to the basement and not only find some samples of this very infamous kind of started it all plant called the Nightwing, toxic, turned into a poison, killed our main guy, Lord Partington, in the first ever episode. They found out, managed to get a sample of that and smuggle it upstairs. Also got various treasures from down there as well. Very proud of you. Finally stealing some treasure. That's great. I love it. Do it more. And you guys make it out of there along with the striking workers. And you kind of hole up back at Gaius's house. Going over the ledger, which in it not only made reference to the various Nightwing shipments that have been made over time, within the past couple months at the very least, but also what families are kind of tied to it as well. Blah, 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 blah. I believe you guys kind of talked about what your plans were with the ledger. I know that Sonari was going to bring it to the eyes to provide some info. In terms of the Nightwing that she stole, I believe our Burial had volunteered to bring that to Headmistress Holt for her to study. And towards the end of the night, as everybody was kind of breaking and going home, our lovely Maddie had gone home to see her best friend in not the best of moods. Kind of confronted her about some behaviors that she had been exhibiting. Her father had gotten tips off about it, so that really clenched the old butthole. And then at the very end there, Sonari and Gaius had discovered that in the invitation to the ball later the following night, there had been a secret note in it from the from what the ball was held for. It's for Angrad Tuff's birthday. She had slipped in a secret note in there stating that she was in grave danger, she was being watched, she needs help tomorrow from assumedly Gaius, because it was in his invitation that it had been. So I think, just because I want to know what happens, I'd really like to jump first to Maddie, where she walked into her room late at night after being with the group, and Priscilla had turned on her and essentially said that her father had gotten a tip of sorts that she had been spending time with the eyes, and she wanted to know whether it was true or not.
So this is really great in a role play aspect because I completely forgot that that had happened. So I am still very unprepared for this conversation.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, it's great.
Priscilla turns to you, she goes, I want you to be honest with me. Your father had wanted me to talk to you because apparently I could get through to you, his words only, but now I'm not even so sure. Have you been spending time with the eyes?
I mean, I went to the Rapid's Foot Tavern. There has to have been some eyes there, right? I mean, I was seen in the same place. Doesn't mean that I'm speaking with them.
I think you know that that's not what I'm talking about.
I mean, I've been assisting in an investigation in regards of Lord Partington's death. The eyes, I think there was one person from the eyes that was arrested in regards of that awful, awful night. So we have been assisting the Partingtons in regards of finding out who actually killed Lord Partington, and as far as I know, he was an IS member was a suspect.
So you were spending time with the suspect? And that's it?
I was spending time with the wings who had the suspect, who possibly was part of the IS.
I guess it's going to be your call here. Do you want to do deception or persuasion?
Whew, okay. Let's see. God. I already feel like I've said too much. Persuasion.
Okay. And you're trying to persuade her that
It was just through the investigation, nothing else regarding it. Even then, it's like I'm not even sure if he was an ICE member. There was rumors about it.
I think if you're doing that, you might have to go do deception.
Okay. God damn it. Sorry. That would be a 10.
Okay.
Let's hope she has a low perception.
She's
I think-
pregnant. That gives her pregnancy brain.
Yeah, she has disadvantage.
I think Priscilla looks down and places her hand on her growing tummy, and she goes, "It's like I don't even know who you are anymore." I was very skeptical when your father asked me to talk to you because, based on our conversation last night, a lot has been going on that you've been keeping secret from everyone, but also from me. And maybe it's good you've been keeping it secret because we don't align anymore. I don't know why you're doing this. Isn't one of the most important things that you're safe and comfortable and you don't have to want for anything? You're spending time with these people, and I'm sure you are not even fully aware of all that they've done, and it's just normal for you. I don't know. I feel at a loss now if I say that the most important thing to me now is my family, like my husband and my child. I feel like you can't even relate.
I don't. A lot of a lot of things have changed, and I feel that, while we do have some distance between us now, like with you moving out and starting a family, there is that we aren't as close as we used to, and now I am trying to figure out who I am on my own. So at this time, I can't say more regarding this.
You can't or you won't?
I can't, for the safety of everyone. For the safety of everyone either involved in this or their friends and family. I feel like I don't know the people I grew up with anymore. I feel like, and not you, but I mean,
Who else did you grow up with? I was like your only friend.
talking about family, and I beg of you not to speak of this part with my father. But I am now an adult and I am making my own path, trying to find my own way, and I have doubts regarding everything now. So I'm not asking for space, but I am asking for grace regarding this. am doing the best I can to keep everyone safe.
I mean, you can kind of dress this up however you like, Lady Fitzgerald, but this is a betrayal of your family. These people want nothing to do with people like you. You're their enemy. We're their enemy. All because of how we were born, where we were born. That's a crime to them. And I can't really entertain your fantasies of running around like some common criminal. I mean, we have to think of ourselves.
And I can no longer entertain your fantasies of the only thing I need is to want for nothing, and the only thing I need is to look after me and my own.
You and your own what?
You and your own family.
Your family? By hanging out with these people, by spending time with them, you're not helping your family. You're actively hurting them. And your father knows that. The only reason he didn't talk to you himself is because he's had to deal with an incredible fallout business-wise over this tip-off. So whatever school you're wanting to go to, how do you think that's even going to be funded? Whatever you had wanted to do with your life. I don't know, Maddie. I don't know what's going on with you. I was really desperately hoping that this wasn't true. I want you and me to live good, comfortable lives where we can grow up, get old together, have children that grow up next to each other, and we have houses maybe even near each other. It's like, what else could someone want in these times? Especially a woman like you and a woman like me. We're not off playing pirates anymore, Maddie.
You're too busy playing housewife.
And that's
so
a crime.
at this point, she begins packing a bag.
I think Priscilla might stand up. She goes, "No, please. I'm the guest here. I can find somewhere else to sleep."
Do what you want, but I'm not staying here any longer.
And
At least for a while.
What should I tell your father then? The truth?
I'm staying at a friend's. That's the truth.
I meant about your goings on.
Tell him what you want. What he wants to hear, what you want to tell him, it doesn't matter anymore.
I think as you start to leave, she grabs your arm and she goes, "Can't you see that you're making a mistake? This is a mistake."
Even if the choice I make is a mistake, the choice is mine. And I make it with a clear head. I appreciate you looking out for me, and I do hope that we can talk again another time. One of these days I will be able to tell you everything about what's been going on.
She lets go of your arm and she takes a step back. She's like, "No need to bother with me." And she turns away from you.
Understood. And I leave out the front door. I don't bother sneaking out. I walk out. Oh.
Ow. Ow, both physically and emotionally.
Yeah, that.
That one hurt.
Oh, I feel like I got punched in the chest. Okay.
Wow.
This is why you
Okay,
don't
cool.
have emotions, kids.
No, I love emotions.
The numbness of work.
All right. Is there anything you're wanting to do? Where are you going to, Maddie?
Is Gaius home?
Guys would still be home.
Sonari
I'd go to
hasn't left.
Gaius. Yeah,
Sonari hasn't
okay.
left.
Then I would go there.
I
That would
think
be
I think after receiving that letter, I think Gaius and Sonari are now like plotting like a Mission Impossible like style rescue mission.
As you leave, Maddie, you're not bothering to mince your steps. You packed a bag so quick. You are out that front door. Do you look behind you at all?
Yeah. I would look behind me before I'm because I would take one of the McDonald's carts. When I get into there, I would look out the window before we leave. And I do want to note that I would have him take like extra turns just in case we're followed. Because I'm still nervous, if that's okay.
Give me a perception check. Are you making it from the outside of the house or from the inside of the house before you go out the door?
From the outside of the house, because she would still be like really heated and hurt and everything, and just tunnel vision. She would be viewing it either before she gets into the cart or after, or like looking out the window.
Give me a perception check then, please, and thank you.
Okay. 17.
Your heart is like hammering out of your chest. I think the mournfulness of this situation, essentially losing a longtime friend, hasn't really hit you yet. The adrenaline's still pumping. As you get into your carriage, or is it a McDonald's you flagged down?
Yeah, it wouldn't be
Okay.
a personal carriage.
As you get into the McDonald's carriage, you look out the carriage window into the windows of your house, and up on the balcony of the second floor, you see your father stood there watching you go out the window. You can give me an insight check if you like.
I would love to. That's a 12.
Even with a 12, you can see that he watches you go before his head bows. He's gripping onto the railing, and you can see like his shoulders are shaking a little bit before he straightens up and turns and walks out of your line of sight.
Oof. Okay. Thanks for that. I did ask for it.
Yeah. Oh, my little girl. How could you do this to me? Ow.
Oh no,
Okay.
His voice must hurt. Okay.
You're making like several turns down several streets. Give me just roll me like a flat d20.
14.
Nice. I think on the off chance anybody did try to follow you, you lose them. No problem. You very expertly point out what streets you want to go down to, double backing, almost excessively so, but can't be too careful. And you pull up right in front of Gaius's house.
I thank the McDonald. Let him know how much I appreciate him in taking the extra scenic route.
He looks at you and he looks very concerned. He goes, "Miss, are you sure that you should be out and about at this hour? A lady like you. You gonna
What
be
time
all
is it?
right?" It's like 2 a.m.
Oof. Oh, that makes it. Oh, I For some reason, I was picturing this in the daylight. I forgot.
No, you guys were like kind of hanging out together quite late, I would say. And with all the twists,
out.
yeah, it's the middle of the
Oof.
night. Yeah, with all the twists and turns, I would say that you probably get to Gaius's around 1:30, 2 a.m.
Okay. I do appreciate your concern, but I have reached a friend's home. I'm going to be staying in all night. There's no need to worry.
Okay. And he pulls out a card. He goes, "If you ever need just an emergency taxi," he kind of thinks for a second. He goes, "This might seem weird, but you remind me of my daughter a bit." He gives you a card, and you look at it, and it says Ronald McDonald. He goes, "Just call out my actual name, and it should be fine."
Thank you very much.
And he turns it and heads out down the street.
All right, and deep breaths, heading inside. Like, all right, let's continue this.
I think that while she's outside, like, you know, just like taking everything in, Sanari and Gaius are just like, Sanari's like hyped up on like a giant thing of coffee, and she's like, okay, but what about the waiters? We need to make, like, you know, we could definitely steal one of their uniforms and
Guys, like, yeah, maybe we do need to steal like a uniform or something to like pass off as waiter or something. We need like you have smoke balls, flash pellets, anything like that to cause just like a brief distraction for us to get away, just in case we need to make a jump out of a window. We're gonna need rope. We're definitely need rope if we need to get out of a window or anything, or make a swing from the balcony or something.
Yeah, surely you have some rope lying around somewhere.
Yeah, but I don't have rope in like quantities that you would need to scale a place. It's more to scale a person. And he says that with a complete straight face.
So I'm leave me a second because Sainara's gonna respond straight face as well. She goes, "Oh, good point. We're definitely gonna need a lot more rope. I'll have to see if I can find probably on better strength as well. You probably don't want yours to like not be able to get out at the end. Typically the ones that we tie up, we don't want them getting out. So like, you know, this is the kind of conversation that we have back and forth until like, is Maddie gonna knock or is she just gonna walk in?
No, she's just gonna walk in. She was told that like it's fine, like she can come in whenever. I believe she's opened the doors, like tears all down her face.
Mascara running.
Yeah, mascara running, but like complete straight face, but like just.
Like you walk in and like you're frozen, like guys. I don't know what guys are doing, but Sanara's like sitting on the couch, like looking like a gargoyle, like her legs up, and like while she's talking, holding a giant thing of coffee, and then she looks at them and goes, "Oh, shit's happened."
Good coffee. Can you pour me a cup, please?
I just handed you my mug.
And like Gaius has his back turned as like Maddie walks in, and he's just got like an assortment of tools like splayed out on the countertop, and he's just like grabbing and picking things that he needs. Like, yeah, shit has hit the fan. Apparently there's some sort of attempt on Anharod's life. And he turns around and is like, "Oh, Maddie, you've been crying."
Can I stay here for a few days?
You can stay here as long as you like. Is everything okay? And
I'm gonna guess
he sits
no.
down. He sits down a like a deck of playing cards, like off to the side that he had in his hand.
Sanari picks him up and starts playing with him.
Careful, those are enchanted.
Maddie starts pacing, and because she can't sit down, especially since she's like drinking the coffee while she's pacing. So, someone sent you told us about the paper that was in the fireplace, right?
I told you that your father had gotten tipped off about you. And then I had alluded to it having something to do with that, but you don't outright know that. You just know that
Okay.
someone tipped your dad off.
Someone told my father that I have been speaking with the eyes.
Ooh.
Who talked?
He
Parents don't
Wouldn't-
usually take that very well.
would not say. And oh, just knocked over my dice. And Priscilla, he had Priscilla confront me in my and about it. I didn't know what to say at the time, and so I just said that we were helping the Partingtons investigate the murder, and the suspect. There were rumors of him being the eyes, but she didn't believe it. And then I, I didn't say anything about more than that. It was just I just said that I couldn't say anything about it,
And, like,
and she's so selfish. I
Gaius
don't
like walks over and
understand
he,
how
like,
she can just
Gaius just like
only
walks
care about
over
herself when people are dying.
and pulls her into a hug. Like, hey, it's okay.
It's not okay.
It'll be okay.
I'm gonna walk over to like, and I find something like a blanket that's sitting on the couch or something, and grab it. I'm just gonna wrap it around her, like around her shoulders, and just be like, okay, come on, sit down. Like, you know, you can
You
use.
actually have a blanket. Right?
She's so in character. She's got a blanket.
This is actually like my comfort blanket.
Cass always has that blanket.
Yeah. So I just like, okay, come on, it's okay. I'd like have your hug, but like the couch is there for you when you're ready. What do you get people who what do you and I go to the kitchen and start like tea. Papa makes tea whenever we get anxious. All right, be right back. And I just like go off to do the things.
So
She mentioned that my father's business was affected by me speaking with the eyes, or by rumors of that.
how would she know?
My father told her to talk with me.
I'm having trouble believing that your father would put somebody who is not in the family in a position to know that much information to speak to you.
We've been best friends for years. It could have been lies as well, just to scare me.
If you want, Maddie, you can do like an insight check, like a real post insight check on your conversation.
Thank you. And I know that we go through the ledger last session a little bit. Like I think I found out that there's like specific names.
There are definitely specific names. You also saw Priscilla's husband's name on it too, rather more recently, along with the Tufts, Angharat's family being rather more recently, but mainly Sarveris, Tybalt, Fitzgerald. And then, of course, the Waranarises run the sort of security around all of that.
And this was insight, right?
Yeah.
17.
17 is great. You think back to your conversation with Priscilla as Gaius floats the idea. Maybe it was lies. Maybe I don't believe that, or you say maybe it was lies. You can tell that despite her anger, clear selfishness, you've known Priscilla long enough to know when she's lying and when she's not. You could tell that she was telling the truth about what your father said to her.
Okay. I mean, and also think about it. If one of if the family business has issues, and we are the ones that bring in this Nightwing from the forest, someone from the family speaking with the eyes would definitely lose contacts.
And as my illustrious sailor of a brother would say, and shit rolls downhill. Meaning once one family starts taking a hit, they all start taking a hit.
Sonari, I would like to see about what it is to join the eyes, if that's an option.
Sonari pops her head back in front of the kitchen, and she's she's holding a giant beer stein because she couldn't find the teacups, and she's like, really? Sure, I'll definitely have to look into it. Oh, by the way, here's your tea.
Thank you. Or at least I do want to help in any way that I can.
Of course. Yeah, we can take a look into it. Firstly, when you're not emotional, we don't want you making these things because your best friend's a bitch. Sorry. But
No, she was kind of a bitch.
Yep. So I just hand the side of your head, like, now sit down on the couch, take a moment, we'll give you a sleep. It is, what is the time? And I just go, oh fuck. Just like, I should probably be getting some sleep myself. I don't know, when is this party?
7.
7 in the
In the morning?
No, the evening.
God.
Yeah.
We have time to sleep.
Yeah, we have time to sleep, but I also am not a morning person, so I'm definitely gonna be sleeping a little bit more than that.
Are you even going to be able to sleep with how much coffee you've had?
Oh yeah. Oh no, I'm fine. Like the coffee only works for like maybe half an hour, and then I'm gone.
Same.
So here's that. Do you need anything before I leave? Or I feel like that you need to have time to settle down into your new life here with as Gaius's roommate. So make sure Gaius tells you about the secret message. We found it. Like, I know that you're going through something emotionally traumatic right now, but we found a secret message.
Secret message?
Like, you know,
Okay.
and I point at the table. Invisible ink. I love my job. Okay. I'm gonna go. You take care. Okay? And I
Thank
actually
you.
kind of go in for a hug.
I hug her back.
Yeah.
Very much appreciate that.
You did nothing wrong.
I talked.
And I'm going to... Nah. You basically, whatever you told them was common knowledge. You didn't tell them shit about the eyes, about anyone else. You didn't even say... did you even say my name?
No, I didn't say
Yeah.
anyone's name. Besides
Exactly.
the Partingtons that we were helping the investigation, but that, it doesn't show that they...
Exactly. Everyone knows that. Pat you on the arm, like, you did great. You kept your mouth shut. They put you in our good books. Now, I'll talk to you later. I turn to Gaius. Waiters' uniforms. Oh, and here's your cards. I put them in his hands and I just walk out.
Waiters' uniforms?
I was going to bring you and Arby into the fold on this whole thing once we were all together, and when you came in, you were, maybe still are, in a bit of a emotional state. But yeah, we found that Angharad is in danger. Something, her life is in danger. And he grabs the note and shows it to you.
Okay, so this is all the information you know. You
Whatever
don't
is
know
on
who's
there.
coming after her or anything.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm planning for the worst.
Who all was invited to Angharad's birthday? Was it literally everyone? Like a typical
Everybody.
party?
Yeah. Everybody except Sonari, because she's an eyes member, but all the big rich family.
Gate
All-
crashing.
all the big, so like you have an invitation, Maddie. Gaius has an invitation. Arbeliel definitely has an invitation.
Okay.
Eligible bachelors and bachelorettes.
Okay, so it's not necessarily like a guest list we could pick off of and decide who would be coming after her. Okay. Well,
I don't know her enough to understand who would want to be after her. Like, the interactions that I've had with her are brief. It's just back at the tavern after the competition.
mm, I
Hmm.
I don't know any reason why someone would be after her. I mean, besides maybe her singing, was she supposed to be at the rabbit's foot? Or is she?
I think in that sense she was like you and she snuck out.
That the way that she sings, it is very unusual. Maybe someone's going after her for that.
Honestly, that's the only logical thought that I have. Again, there's not much I can glean from any of this. The only thing that I know of her is the ability that she possesses when she sings. So I don't know why anybody would want to attack anyone for that.
I mean, other than to steal it. I mean, we haven't even seen her under her veil. Like, she's a very secretive person, which it's okay for her to be secretive, but I mean, we don't, you're right in that we don't know much about her, but we can definitely do our best to stay with her the entire time and protect her and make sure we keep an eye out for anything like that. For threats. I mean, you out of at least our group is the closest with her or had the most interaction with her. She trusted you enough to give the paper. I mean, I think that you need to find a way in at her birthday or beforehand to corner her and get some more information out about what she knows at the very least.
Well, if I am a professional at anything, it is getting people alone. As he just gives you like a smart ass smile.
Yeah, she just stares at you for like, and then she just breaks into a laugh.
Gaius, if you want to, you can give me like a history check if you like.
Sure. 17.
Lovely. You, while it's true that you don't know Angharad personally, as well as you would probably like, you do know about where the Tufts live. It's actually one of the newer estates in Sargenty. They had actually moved here from a neighboring country, maybe a couple years ago, is what you heard through the grapevine from, namely, your mother. But they live on a very sweet manor, kind of more northern part of the city, up on a hill. And you know that Lord Tuft has a very like prized possession of kind of gardens around, creeping vines, rose gardens, etc. Enough that it like covers the entire side of the house, so you know about where she lives. And I would say, you would probably know enough to know that if need be, if you needed to speak with her sooner privately, there are probably ways.
I think I may be able to use a couple skills I've acquired in my time to get to speak to her before everything were to happen. Though that would require leaving you here alone. I don't know if you need me here.
I would like to have you here, but I understand that her life is at stake. I mean, I am an upset grown adult woman. I am not a dying flower or
I'm not trying to
sick and
treat
need
you.
to be tending to at all times.
I'm not
I will
trying to
heal.
treat you as a dying flower or as like I'm a doting mother. I understand that these things can be hard, especially when you have your first falling out with your family. I'm simply wanting to provide as much support as I can as a friend and as somebody who's been there multiple times.
I appreciate your concern. You can do what you need. I will be fine to be alone. Or, I mean, Sonari's here for now.
Is Sonari still here?
Sonari was about to walk out the door, but she's like,
Oh, I thought you were going to bed.
No, I have a house.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Like, and it's been a minute since she's like gone home to check on her family. So
Yeah, fair. Never mind. Forget that part. But I will be fine to be alone for a while.
Alrighty. Give me a moment. And he's gonna slip into his room.
I thought you were talking to me. I was like, yeah.
I thought you were gonna say slip into something more comfortable.
No, he is. He's slipping into something more comfortable. He gets into a more like a less flowing set of clothes. They're more like conform to like his body. Very like black and matte gray, just like something he would wear if he was like going to be sneaking around in the shadows somewhere. Okay. If I'm not back, it means that I'm in a wings holding cell. Get Sonari to break me out. And he grabs a lock picking set that he had like displayed on the counter. He just grabs it and like puts it into like one of like the little belt pouches that he has, and like he grabs the cards. Right. And he shuts the door. Well, he leaves the apartment and shuts the door, takes a breath, and then he begins to make his way towards the Tuft estate.
So, sorry, Sonari, you are heading home?
yeah, I'm like on my way home.
Okay, cool beans.
Yeah.
And Maddie, you're just staying there?
Yeah, she's drinking tea and reading The Captain's Captive. She can't sleep, so
Can't sleep, read smut.
it's a distraction.
Fucking mood.
Right? That's what I do.
I got too many tabs on AO3 I gotta get through.
Okay. I want to take a quick moment and ask Arbeliel, you've been so patient. You headed home, right?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I was just going home to go to sleep because it's 2 in the morning.
Just wanted to double check if there wasn't anything you were wanting to do.
Yeah, no, I
beforehand.
believe the stuff I was gonna do was gonna be happening the next day before all the birthday stuff.
Totally. That's fine with me. I just don't want you to feel left out.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. I'm gonna roll a die.
I hope Barbie's not feeling left out. He's like,
Shut the fuck up. Okay. I'm gonna roll a dice. Odds. It's okay. We are going to follow Sonari actually to the Eyes. I'm guessing you're going back to the Eyes headquarters.
yeah, I'm going home.
Okay. Can you give me what's your passive perception?
Ooh, good question.
Thank
It's
you.
11.
Okay. Never mind then. As you're walking home, it's a very nice, peaceful night. A little balmy for the summer. And you quickly reach the Eye's headquarters. Nothing much of note happens. You get the password in. You head down to the secret hideout. Where are you going?
I'm heading straight back to my house. Because it's like, everyone else has been looking after my dad for me. I just want to go home to see him.
Okay. As you pull up to your house, you see that it's darker, like the lights are out, obviously, because it's 2 in the morning. And as you push into your house, you can hear your dad's usual snores. He's fast asleep. He kind of does a little like snuffling in his sleep, might be having a dream or something. And actually sat at your kind of kitchen table, just working on the paperwork that you had left him with, is Gabriel. I would say you can
Roll
see
insight on how fucking tired he is.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could, but I mean, you could probably tell he looks pretty
Yeah.
tired, but not like upset or anything. Just working. And as you push through the front door, he kind of jolts a little, like you welcome up. He goes, "Oh, hi. Sorry.
Well,
Welcome
he can
back.
go to sleep.
Thank you." He goes, "Your dad." He stands up, kind of starts gathering his paperwork. He goes, "Your dad is doing fine. Had a little bit of an incident where he didn't really want to be around anybody. Kind of pushed me away a little bit, but we managed to get him to calm down."
That's okay. Thank you for being here for him. You can come back and look after this stuff in the morning. You can come back and keep doing what you're doing in the morning.
Oh,
Like, because it's, 2:30, dude.
no,
And I know and then
he kind of goes like, like, okay, I'll definitely come back to work here then. Thank you.
look, do whatever you want to do. Like, I have things to do tomorrow, and like I'm tired. It's 2:30. A lot of shit has happened, and the coffee injection is about to crash out.
Because if you don't mind me asking, where were you?
Guys, Tybalt's close. And no, don't look into that.
I wasn't going to.
It wasn't. It was a A lot of things have happened that I'm gonna need to pass. I'm gonna need to pass the details on in the morning. I need to talk to the rest of the council about it. And we have a potential interest in someone joining, but I'm giving them a couple of days to be more emotionally stable before they make that choice.
He starts gathering up his papers. And he goes, "This wouldn't have anything to do with the Whitehall warehouse, would it?"
Maybe.
Yeah, I heard about that. Sounded just up your street.
I found a secret basement.
Did you?
It was. And she just like you can
Let
tell
me
that
guess. He goes, let me guess. Back right corner, sliding door, sliding wall behind the brick. Treasure room.
Terribly maintained sliding wall too. Like I had to sit there and go. Ugh.
Gun trap aimed right at your head.
Oh yeah, completely noob worthy. Had to push that bastard to the ceiling. So hopefully it's Whitehall standing over it when someone next opens up the door.
Yeah. Well, at least now you know where I got your bracelet from.
Yes, I did. Thank you for that. Now I have also got the box to keep it in.
Oh. Good. He goes, well, anything of note other than that?
We found the secret illegal storage of a poisonous plant that was used to kill Lord Partington, but aside from that,
Oh.
yeah, that was the big one. I was only able to get enough out for one bottle of it.
Can I see?
So unfortunately don't have it at the moment. It's being sent on to someone who actually knows plants
Can they be trusted?
enough. And but I also know where the bunch is, where I'm gonna
You're
be.
even more cagey than me sometimes.
It's the line of work, and you know that.
Okay, well, I will trust you on that. I know that they were wanting to speak with you about that. Nothing bad. You're good. I think they were probably impressed.
I mean, we went in to go and find some clues, and I left with a bunch of treasure, a poisonous plant clipping, and we started a workers' union strike. I think I did good for our cause today. I mean, I didn't cause the strike, but like my colleagues helped.
Well, as always, I'm proud of you. I'm going to bed. So,
Yep.
good night.
Good night.
He leaves. What are you doing?
My father is asleep. Is he on like his bed or is he on the couch?
He's in his bed.
Yep. And I'm gonna say that he has like a regular double size bed sort of thing.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna walk over and see how he is, and then I'm just gonna actually kind of curl up behind him and lie. Like I'm not gonna actually touch him just to avoid it might upset or wake him, but just lie behind him and just kind of let everything just kind of fall off for a bit and just go. I wish you were still here. And then I'm just gonna let myself fall asleep.
I think right after you say that, you feel like a hand very clumsily sort of reaching behind and just pat you vaguely before pulling back to itself.
Yeah, she's just gonna be like, okay, thank you. And close her eyes because then tears are gonna start leaking.
And you hear his voice go, past your bedtime.
Yeah.
Before falling back asleep.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Papa.
All right. You curl up next to your papa. And we're going to hop on over to Gaius. You are making your way over to the Tufts residence, the site of the party for the following night, later that day, I guess. I don't believe you have ever been here before, mainly because nobody's really been here. If you give me, I'll go off of that history check that you had earlier. One of the things about the Tufts is that they very much keep to themselves. People have only really seen Lord Tuft, and his wife occasionally, but never their daughter. There are sometimes rumors flying around that she's a beast, or that she's so ugly that they had to hide her away, or that there's not even a daughter at all. It's a spirit that haunts their house. Stuff like that. Ridiculous rumors. And so you might be one of the first people to be at this house for means outside of business. And as you walk up, it's a very balmy, dark night. I would say that there is a full moon out, so you can see easily where you're stepping. You kind of approach this path that's sort of winding. Do you go up the driveway, or are you kind of sneaking around, or what are you doing?
He's gonna Geist is gonna sneak around. He's gonna try to find an alternate way onto the grounds, not just going up the driveway.
Sure. You can give me a perception check if you like. I will say that since it's a full moon out, you can see pretty easily in the dark, so it's not going to be a disadvantage or anything.
Okay. You said perception?
Yeah.
Well, that's always a good start. That's gonna be a nat 1 for 4.
Even with the light of the moon, you're kind of stumbling around a little bit.
Aren't you
It-
tiefling?
Mhm.
Dark vision.
It's not because of the dark vision, like it's a full moon out, so he's got the light, but like figuring out sort of like how to cut along this very large kind of like hedge that circles around the estate. You're maybe trying to find like a weakness in it that you could like slip through. And then you kind of encounter like, ow, that's a rose bush. What the fuck? Kind of just it seems almost impenetrable. I would say if you want, you can give me a dexterity roll to see if you can or like I guess what would it be to kind of like shimmy through like a space?
I think
Probably
I think Dex would be good, or like
yeah, you could give.
like maybe like acrobatics or whatnot. Acrobatics.
I'll say
athletics.
dexterity. Just give me a dexterity roll.
Okay.
To see if you can kind of make your way through the hedge, and how maybe scratched up you get.
That's gonna be a 14.
I would say that you kind of like, despite not having a whole lot of luck finding your way through the hedge, like a good opening, you do find somewhere where maybe it wasn't growing as well, or just kind of towards the back of the estate. And you manage to kind of worm your way through, slight tear at your clothing, but you manage to kind of fall out on the other side. And it's this wide expanse of sort of a backyard with like stone steps up to the back of the house and little gardens, kind of quite tall with trees and flowers, that can lead up to the house from behind. If you want, you can give me another perception check. I will say this one won't be quite as easy. It's probably going to be like a DC 18 to look and see which of these windows might be Angharad's.
Sure. All right, so a DC 18 you said, so I'm gonna need a 15 or better on this dice.
You got this.
Rolled a 14 for a total of 17.
I would say that you look, and this, while it's a newer manor, not as lavish as the Partingtons or the Sarverises, it's still got many, many rooms to choose from. A couple of them still have a light in them. That might be servants' quarters, is something you could probably glean from that. But you know that probably the people who live here don't live on like the first floor or anything. Probably second floor, just from your insight into just stuff in your history. And It looks like there is a room kind of right over where kind of the kitchen is, where there is a light, like a candle burning in the window of one of those, and there is a servant kind of sitting down reading a book down there, not really doing much, probably just in case anybody wakes up and wants food late in the night. There's a room open above that if you peek in, you can kind of see like maybe some wallpaper that would indicate it's the room of like a woman. Otherwise, on the other side of the house, there is an open window that has a slight balcony to it, similar to the one on the other side. Also looks quite feminine from what you can see. There is a light burning in the window, and it's right over like, what are those things where it's like the vines like climb up it with flower lattices?
Lattice, yeah.
Lattices, yeah. You can see there's like a lattice thing climbing up it, sort of like stuff like that. So you can make a call on which of those rooms you'd like to go to. I will say,
can I hear any music coming from any of these rooms? Like, can I hear music coming from the open one?
I would say you can give me off of that perception check. I would say you can't hear any music from any of them.
All right, well, it's still at least an opening into the house.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to go with the one that has the open window on the balcony with like the lattice.
Okay.
And he's going to try to like deftly climb up the lattice onto the balcony itself, trying to remain hidden.
All right. You can give me, I guess it would be acrobatics to climb this, if you like.
Sure.
I will say DC 15. You make it, but you make a little bit of noise. DC 18 gets you up there with no noise,
22.
Not causing a fuss. Let's fucking go. You have so much experience with this, climbing in and out of the windows of wives. This is like nothing for you. And you deftly climb your way up to the top. You don't even get a scratch from a rose, which is what's also climbing up this lattice. As you peek into the room, you can give me a quick perception check. Are you kind
20.
of looking? Okay. As you're looking in, you can see that this is got similar wallpaper to the other one on the other side of the house, but you can kind of tell that this is a room shared by someone who sleeps in here alone. There's myriad of books on there. There's sheet music kind of scattered everywhere. You can see that it was kind of tried to compile into a neat, orderly pile, but not very well. It's quite spacious, and there's a four what's it called, like a canopy bed, as well. And there seems to be like a shape in there, sleeping with their back to you. But surveying the room, you can see just this doesn't look like the room of like a married couple.
I remember correctly, you said that Angrad was a rather tall individual, right?
Yes, very tall.
Can I gauge the height of the person
Off of
in
that
the bed?
perception check, you can tell that this is a very tall individual.
How do I want to play this?
I will say though, with the moon and with that perception check kind of streaming in through the window, and the fact that this person has a small candle lit by their mirror, you can tell that this person also has a sort of headdress over their head, with sort of like, I don't know how to explain it. It doesn't like clasp around her neck because that would make it hard for breathing, but there is sort of like a small veil that kind of doesn't seem to like come down all the way. Even with her back to you, you can see that it's kind of flung haphazardly, as happens with sleep. But there is like some kind of like bonnet over her head. It's kind of cute, actually.
See, I have a spell that I can use, but it causes damage, and I don't want to do that to her. And
The fuck?
I'm trying to get her attention, and I was like, I could
What's a
definitely,
spell?
I could definitely get somebody's attention with dissonant whispers, but dissonant whispers does psychic damage, like a ton of psychic damage, and I don't want to do that to her.
Is there like a roll?
That's up to you if I could pull my punch and just like use the spell to like slip a message into their mind.
Would you mind putting that spell in the chat for me just so I
Yeah.
can take a peek at it? Thank you. One creature of your choice you can see within range has a discordant melody in its head. Target makes a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it must usually use by.
See, I don't want the fear, and I don't want the damage to happen. I just want to like get like some sort of dissonant melody in her head.
Prestidigitation.
No, I don't have prestidigitation.
What about thaumaturgy?
I think the fact that it's like a dissonant song, which is very disturbing, especially in the middle of the night, it would be hard to make it like where she doesn't get frightened by that, even if you tried to pull your punches.
What about thaumaturgy and make the windows like fly open, make it like the breeze has blown open a window? Your tieflings get thaumaturgy if you're like the right kind of tiefling.
I don't think I'm the right kind of tiefling because of the heritage he is. That's up to Malls on that call, since he's not technically.
I would say that since it is an attack, and since like even if you tried to pull your punches,
I meant thaumaturgy. I meant if like if guys had thaumaturgy.
Oh,
because he technically is a tiefling, but he isn't like a.
How would that work into your backstory? I guess just tell me how that would work in with you being a bard, how you would use thaumaturgy in your day-to-day, and then I will definitely consider it.
Let me look up the description for thaumaturgy. Oh, this is definitely just like something that he could use to increase like his voice booms or anything during his performances or anything. It's like special effects.
Okay, are you trying to be quiet?
Because
isn't thaumaturgy kind of loud?
Thaumaturgy can be loud. It's a sign of supernatural power within range. You create one of the following magical effects. Your voice booms up to 3 times as loud. You cause flames to flicker, brighten, dim, or change color. You cause a harmless tremors in the ground for a minute. You create an instantaneous sound that originates from a point of your choice. You instantaneously cause an unlocked door window to fly open or slam shut. Or you alter the appearance of your eyes for a minute.
Totally. I'm just thinking in turn, like I will say that you definitely have thaumaturgy. What I'm curious about is how you're pulling that off stealthily, because it is the middle of the night. You're trying not to wake up anybody else, and also trying not to startle Anharad.
You said that she had a candle next to
her,
right?
Yeah.
I think you would like tuck down on the balcony so he's not just like gargoyle posing like a creeper on the railing. Just like tuck down a little bit onto like the balcony itself, and then use thaumaturgy to just like sort of like slowly pulse the candlelight to where it'll go brighter and dimmer and brighter and dimmer to see if that will get her attention.
Okay, that's cool. I like that. Yeah. You are. So, like how you described to me, you're hanging off the balcony still?
Not really hanging off the balcony, sort of like, because like I would assume that once he got up to the railing, he's just kind of like cat posed on top of it, just like hunched down, just holding on, just in case he needs to climb down quick enough. But as he gets a case of the room and sees nobody else is in there, he gets down onto the balcony itself, like where people would walk. But he still is crouching down to like not draw anybody's attention if they've got guards. and then he's just gonna like mess with the light of the flames.
For sure. Give me what's your passive perception out of curiosity?
That would be a 13.
I would say that you, as you're figuring out how to do this, you probably do a small glance over your shoulder, and you do see, it's actually funny you brought it up, but you actually do see one guard making kind of a round, like the garden kind of extends outwards from the backyard and then like kind of a roundabout, and the guard is kind of doing a roundabout. So if you linger too long, he's going to roundabout and see you illuminated by this candle.
Okay, so I think what he's
So-
gonna do then, if he sees that guard, is he's going to like
His back is to you
he's gonna
currently, and
take
it'll
a
be
brief moment to like focus himself, and he's going to slip into the room and away from the window. So like
Yeah.
he's
not illuminated by it.
he's not illuminated like, hey guys, Batman's here.
I'm Catman.
I'm
Like what
Catman.
Evan said. I'm like, this is so serious. Stop making jokes. Yeah, I think that's fine. Give me a stealth check as you slip into the room,
You know, given his
because you're kind of like you're
Give-
hopping over the edge of the balcony and going into the room without making a sound.
given his history, you think I would have put profession into stealth, but I didn't.
Oh no, you're more music based. You're not really rogue.
It's not bad. I got a 19.
Oh, perfect.
he's-
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's gonna be sneaking out of wives' bedrooms and stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. So you slip inside and you're in her room now. You've kind of ducked around the corner of where the balcony is, where there's curtains. And you're kind of stood up against the wall. Her back is still to you because she's sleeping. But the guard did not spot anything, did not hear anything, so your experience worked out well. This is fun.
Rosa, just to let you know, that is with Jack of all trades. Yeah, and so as he tucks into the room, so he's not going to illuminate himself, he then starts messing with the candlelight.
Okay. I would say, are you just trying to wake her gently or like catch her like attention or
I'm trying to catch her attention.
okay. She is very deeply asleep. So I rolled to see if it would catch her attention, and I rolled an 8. Which is you hear a slight snore. Also, this dice has been treating me badly. I guess if you let it pulse again.
Yeah,
Oh my god, I rolled a 6.
because it goes like he could focus this for a minute, so he's just going to just like, even if he has to, he'll slightly increase the light just a bit.
Do you do anything with the curtains at all, considering there's a guard down below? And when he turns the corner, he's gonna have a straight shot into a room that's pulsing with light.
If he can, he would probably try to at least try to shut the curtains.
Sure, you can do that.
Okay.
You kind of shut the curtains, and I think she's not fucking waking up. I rolled an 8. I rolled an 8, a 6, a 5, and a 7.
At this point, that's where you just kind of do have to do the thing where you like you walk over and you kind of cover her mouth to stop her from screaming until you like wake up.
Yeah. Come on, dude.
Like gently shake her shoulder. Is she in a coma? Is she okay?
I rolled a 2. I don't know. I think maybe she's very peaceably like
Girl,
lulled to sleep.
I'm sorry, but if you have an assassination plot on you and you sleep this soundly, you're fucked. Sorry.
She's very she's very sheltered. She doesn't know what to do with an assassin.
Is she? Are you
Sleep
sure she's not
soundly.
drugged?
Yeah, she seriously. She's like, I know Gaius Tybalt is looking out for me.
Gaius like tucked in the corner of her room, like messing with the light switch.
Is it good? Come on,
Click, 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 click.
like my mother in the mornings and the weekends. Like, come on, Sleepy Beauty, wake up!
So,
Like the
so
slinging slasher.
listen, I really loved that thaumaturgy idea a lot, but my dice are not letting me wake her up, and I'm very sorry for that.
Oh, this is gonna suck.
I think this is a good time to claim, like, duty of care sort of thing. You're just like, I have to make sure she's not dead.
So he kind of like swears to himself, and as like thaumaturgy is like winding down, he's gonna dim the light as much as he can, and he's gonna make his way towards her bed.
Okay. You make your way towards her bed. You can see that she's kind of sleeps very ungracefully, like that.
Hey, like me.
Yeah. She does have that
Very
bonnet on. The light does dim. But and her veil is askew a little bit to where it only kind of shows like her mouth. You can give me a perception check if you want.
He is more focused on trying to wake her up and not get punched or anything. That his perception was a 1.
Okay. In the dim light, you don't really see anything odd. You're just, like you said, focus on waking her up and not getting punched in the face. So what do you do?
In a very soft voice, he's gonna like place a hand, like he's gonna place his hand on hers. Angarad, it's time to wake up. It's Gaius.
She stirs momentarily, and you can tell by the change in her breathing that she does wake up, but she's very calm. And she, for a moment, she kind of starts and she puts you can see in the dim light, she kind of puts a hand over her face. And she, as you can remember, she can't talk. But she holds up one finger and turns away from you. And you can see her kind of roll over to the other side of the bed and shuffle around in a drawer there. And the first thing she pulls out is something you've seen before, which is the same veil that she wore to the rabbit's foot, and she kind of swaps that one out with the one with that one. So it's covering her whole face rather than like a one that's partial, so she could breathe. And then she also pulls out her little writing board, and she turns back over to you and she goes like this.
I think as she turns, he drops the thaumaturgy so the candle is now actually working again.
Yeah, and you can see she kind of, even in bed, as she's like still like kind of kneeling in bed, she still towers over you. But her body language is very almost like relieved while excitable, and she waves to you. She starts writing very quickly on here, and she turns around and she goes, "How did you get in here?"
He points to the open window. I have my ways.
And she writes down lattice. Me too. She goes, "Did you get my message?"
That's why I'm here. We were making plans to how to safely get you away. Probably a good idea to come and talk to you tonight to figure out what you know. Note wasn't really descriptive on how your life was in danger.
And she starts writing for a very long time. Probably about 3 or 4 minutes pass before she finally turns the slate around. Very tiny writing, but you can still see it in the light of the candle. And she goes, as she turns it over, you can tell that she looks frightened. And she goes, I think I told you how my power allows me to tap into frequencies of such. She sees you nod and she goes, lately, since the rabbit's foot, I've been practicing my music. And I seem to have tapped into a frequency here in Sargenty. Except it's not music. It seems to be private conversations between several different people. And several different people and a being of sorts. Their voice felt like a metal shard wrapped in velvet in my ear. It hurt. I tried to ignore it because it's rude to eavesdrop, but the conversations grew ... concerning. She puts the slate down and looks at you very worried.
Are you afraid that they know who you are? Or that somebody was listening in?
She shakes her head and she wipes her slate clean and she goes back to writing, and it turns around. They were talking about you and your friends and several other people.
Does this have anything to do with Lord Partington's murder or the shipment of Nightwing?
You can see that she looks very confused. She thinks on the Partington thing and kind of shakes her head and shrugs a bit out of like, I don't know. But on the mention of Nightwing, she looks very confused. Like she doesn't know what that is and shakes her head.
Oh no, that's even more concerning. What were they speaking of? What were they? Okay, that's conversation for once we get to a safer place.
She starts writing very quickly and turns it around after like 4 minutes. They were talking about watching the Fitzgerald girl, about the Tybalt black sheep son. She kind of points at you for that. Making a scene at the academy, about the other Tybalt sons getting nosy or coming too close, about the Sarveris son proving to be more rebellious or willful than he lets on, and they want him. Also, and she runs out of room, starts writing again. She goes, a curious little tiefling girl who thinks she's quite clever, but doesn't know just how quickly they can take her father. She puts the slate down.
And Gaius has like a little bit of a concerned look on his face now. Long shot, but do you recognize any of these voices?
She raises it. I don't know many people. I'm sorry.
This mystery just keeps getting wider and wider.
The voice of that being, the one that hurt, I have never heard anything like that. And then she kind of pauses. You can see beneath, like on the other side of her veil, she kind of takes like a deep breath, like this is the part it was leading to. And she erases her slate. She starts writing. And she turns around and goes, 2 nights ago, I was listening in. I couldn't help it. He's very loud. And at one point, he stops talking. And it felt like I could feel his attention turning to me throughout space and time. And it felt like he was in the room with me. And he told his person he was with, someone was listening. And my connection got cut.
I think I know what that is. I don't have a name for it, but my brother was telling me about something he was investigating out in the sea.
And you see her go like this, like big question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
My brother is a captain in the Navy. Recently, they had been called back to port to investigate some goings-on outside of the city waters. People struck with the plague for some reason. When they get to the final stages, strip off their clothes and they wander into the water aimlessly, as if something were calling to them. He and another captain who was a well-renowned monster hunter set out to investigate reports of some creature that may be the cause of people being called out to sea. They didn't make it too far. The monster hunter started going into a bit of an insanity to where they had to tie him to the post because he was trying to fling himself overboard like a couple of the crew members. They had to turn around and come back to port. We've been investigating Lord Partington's murder since the night it happened. We found that he had been assassinated, but this has led into a deeper conspiracy and a deeper mystery. That commotion they speak of that I caused at the academy was to grab the attention of a possible culprit. I was trying to act desperate.
She turns around. She goes, I don't know what creature is out in the deep. This person seemed to like making deals, like a benefactor, talking about who to go after next. Is that what the monster does?
I'm not sure what the monster does, or even if it is a monster or just not some powerful wizard out in the ocean. All I know is somebody made a deal and a good man died. I was trying to get the attention of the deal maker.
I think that might be the same person. He spoke about a lot of people, what they want, what they need.
I have a plan formulating in my mind, but that can wait. Most important thing now is your safety.
I can write down what was said to the best of my memory. I took notes in my journal, but I'll go over them. I can slip it to you tomorrow once I know it's safe.
Will you be okay here by yourself? He nods. Do me a favor. Any sharp, painful thing, any things that are painful to step on or make a loud noise, sprinkle them around your balcony keep your balcony windows shut and locked. It was far too easy for me to slip in here. Any skilled assassin would have an easier time getting in.
You're right. I'm sorry. I don't get a lot of fresh air.
I would offer to take you back to my place. But that can cause even more of a commotion if your parents find that their daughter is missing in the morning.
It's better. Nobody knows you are here.
I am well versed in being in locations I shouldn't be and not being detected.
I know.
I think everybody knows.
I'm really sorry, but my journal of what this person said was very personal about you and your friends. Stuff I don't think anyone would want getting out or shared. I didn't mean to listen.
No, you did a good thing. You've actually provided a big help to this whole investigation.
You see, she gives a little like wiggle, like.
Like we didn't know who was making the deals. We didn't know who was doing what. Now we know that they know us, which I can now shape into our favor.
I know that they were talking about my party later today. Maybe they'll be there?
That's what I'm worried about, is them making a move.
We can take them out together. She's like sits there nodding, like, let's go.
Maybe we can. I've got another friend making plans just in case we need to make an escape.
She looks like she's about to write something and then puts it down and just nods.
Do I have any? He's going
As
to
you're thinking, what's up?
he's gonna take the dagger that he carries and he's gonna like pull it out of like his bootstrap and he's gonna hand it to her.
Oh, you see, Shan pulls away a little bit, like, and then she,
Just in
and she
case.
takes it. And she kind of holds it by the edge like that, real quick, and nods, very determined.
You know how to use those, right? He takes it and he takes her hand and he puts the blade in to her hand to where the thumb is like guiding the pommel. All you do is just thrust or swipe.
She switches it to her other hand, which you can tell from writing is her main hand. She took it on accident in the wrong hand. She goes,
It just in case. Best to have some sort of defense than none at all.
by the way, give me a perception check with advantage, or I guess, yeah, a perception check with advantage.
I rolled the same number twice. That is going to be a total of 16.
As you take her hand, it doesn't escape your notice that this is the first time you've seen her without gloves. And as your hand rests on hers, you can tell that her fingers are a little longer than most people's, and they seem to come into a bit of a longer nail. And your hand is on the back of her hand, and your finger kind of goes down her wrist a bit, and you can feel something akin to like feathers. But the rest of that is covered up by her long sleeves.
And I think Gaius, being Gaius, doesn't show any sort of reaction on his face, because he doesn't want to make her afraid or anything like that. He like mentally clocks it in his head, but he doesn't really say anything. And he just like cups her hand in his, like in both of his hands. He's like, do not be afraid to get loud if things start going haywire. We're both bards. We have booming voices. We can use those voices. You have something better. Call upon your power and don't hold back.
Even after all my practice, it's still spotty sometimes and doesn't come to me easily.
He smiles and is like, I understand, but sometimes in the most dire situations, our voices can bring houses down.
And she kind of nods resolutely, maybe a little resignedly.
And if that doesn't work, just stab him.
And she points at you. Her hands are, she had put her little writing tablet aside and has the knife, but she kind of points to the window, like, sort of like, are you heading out way then?
And because Gaius is Gaius and he can't be cheesy at times, I think as he stands up, he's going to kiss like the back of her hand. Until I see you tomorrow. And he's going to very deftly start like lowering himself as he gets to like the curtains. And he's just going to like barely fold them open just to see if there are any guards walking about.
You can give me a perception check if you like.
18.
As you kind of scamper down, you can tell that there's a guard about to turn the corner where he's going to face you, where you're coming down the lattice. He hasn't seen you quite yet.
How far from the lattice to the wall am I?
Actually, the lattice kind of butts up against a bit of a hedge. So if you are quick enough and you give me like a stealth check, you might be able to just hide yourself in the shadows of it.
Give me a sec here. Okay, so I have a backup plan just in case.
Sweet.
So, stealth check.
Mm-hmm.
How's this boy not been caught more than once? That's a 10 for a stealth. So, if like I would assume that's going to fail. So I think what Gaius would do.
You hear a guard go like, "Somebody out there?"
Gaius is going to quickly cast minor illusion around himself to just add on to that What did you say was attached to the lattice?
Like it kind of ends here, and then like where it goes into that building where it kind of sticks out alongside the balcony, it's right up against a hedge. So there's like a little area where you could like squeeze in.
He's just going to use minor illusion to add on to that hedge to cover himself up.
Sure. Well, can you do minor illusion for me real quick? Okay. I think as you pull the hedge up, you hear footsteps getting closer to you, and you hear like, I swear I saw someone out here. But at that exact moment, you hear music coming from the balcony upstairs. And it's a song you'd never heard before. It's not from this world. But I'm guessing like you can you have a hedge right in front of your face and the guard's on the other side of it. And like he's so close he could almost break this illusion if anything happened. But you both can look up and see Angharad like looking out, and she kind of sings a song. It's like it's a very modern song, not of this world. It's like, can anybody find me somebody to love? And I think she had maybe seen where the guard was this close to finding you. She's trying to give you a distraction, and it works. And the guard takes a step back and goes, "Oh, my lady, am I bothering you? I'm so sorry. I thought I saw something. I didn't mean to wake you. I'm so sorry." And she kind of nods and goes like that and ducks back into her balcony. But you can see from your point of view that she kind of gives a little look down at you just to make sure that you're good.
And as the guard leaves, he's going to like drop the illusion and just continue on along his way, like just turning around to her and giving her just like a thankful bow before just like leaping over the wall.
And she doesn't do anything that would make the guard know that she saw you, but she just turns and walks back into her room. Whew. That guard got a nat 20 twice.
Jesus.
And on that note, let's take a break because I gotta pee. But we'll be back, and we'll be back with the rest of the gang, okay? That was fun. All right. See you guys in a little bit.
Yep.
I didn't have the huge emotional episode.
And we are back.
Hello, we're back and better than ever, baby.
I think Anharad is my favorite character, honestly.
She is adorable.
I love her. Excellent. I'm glad you like her. I always get so nervous. Cool beans. We are back. Gaius had an excursion of sorts and came back with a lot of information. Am I to assume that you're just heading back to your house then?
Yep. Making sure to take back roads and stuff like that so he's not seen.
Sure thing. What's your passive perception?
13.
Love that. As you're walking down the street, I would say that you probably have had instances like this a lot where you are walking home probably from some woman's house maybe you weren't supposed to be at, and the night is balmy and peaceful, and nobody would have any idea that anything awful is going on. Like, the terribleness of the information you received seems kind of like comically underrepresented by how peaceful the night is. But as you're walking, you get the sense there are eyes on you. But you can't like pinpoint where, there's no sound or anything, it's just a feeling.
How long have I had the feeling that these eyes are on me?
Probably you're just walking and you're probably near home when you kind of like, it hits you like just prickling on the back of your neck. Just like, I feel like there's someone there, but faint enough where you're like, maybe it's just because it's dark and nighttime, but I don't know.
Maybe it's just the wind.
Maybe it's just the wind.
If he can't like pinpoint, like, if he can't like get an exact pinpoint as to like where this is going from, he's not going to let on that he knows he's being watched, and he's just going to continue on his normal path.
Okay, can you give me a deception check?
Dirty 20 for, not dirty 20, natural 20 for 26.
Okay. Sounds good. As you start walking, you still don't hear anything, still don't sense anything, but you like, it's not like you stop or anything. There's not even like a shuffle in your steps, like you feel uncomfortable. You just keep walking, nobody would know. And you reach your house. Maddie, are you asleep when he gets home?
Yeah, she would be curled up on the couch, like with the open book and just like just definitely asleep.
For sure. Anything you're doing as you get home, Gaius?
Quadruple checking the door is locked. Like every lock that he's got just locked. Making like doing a once through the apartment for like making sure that they are the only ones there. And then making sure windows and all that stuff is locked.
Okay.
And then he'll go and he'll check on Maddie. And if like she's like sleeping on the couch, he like just like pulls up like a blanket, you know, just to cover her up. Sonari left. And I think with that, he's just going to try to get what sleep that he can.
Cool. You settle into bed. That feeling stays with you until you fall asleep. But you can't see anything. And night passes and sun rises, as it does every day, and starts peeking into all of your windows except for Sonari because you're underground. And we float on over to one of the grandest estates in Sargenty, to the room of our Belriel. What are you doing this morning, Arbelriel?
Waking up at my usual time, which I imagine is fairly early, and taking a good amount of time to get myself presentable. There's a number of things that need to happen today before the party and then also at the party. I don't recall, did we agree as a group when and how we were going to be meeting up today? I don't remember if we even talked about that.
I think it was just
Also-
assumed we were going to be like meeting at Gaius's beforehand.
That's kind of what I figured. We would meet up at Gaius's whenever we're able to before we head out.
Well, I know I had to stop by the academy today. That was one thing on my list. And then also, whenever my parents are available for a meeting, whether that be today or some other time in the coming days, I left that ambiguous. So
I would say actually, as you are getting ready, you hear a soft knock on your door.
enter.
And in steps Emily as trim and professional as ever, and she gives you a small bow. She goes, "Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You came in quite late last night.
Later than I would have liked.
Did you manage to sleep well?"
Well enough, all things considered.
All right, that's enough chit chat. She says, "I looked into what you had asked me to regarding the," she picks her words, "about that report that was missing.
Right.
As far as I can tell, normally when someone erases something or does any sort of magic, it's quite easy to see the signature almost sorts of the person who cast a spell or had a spell cast in their name, etc., etc. I know your father's signature very well in my dealings with him over the years. However, she kind of looks very frustrated. She goes, I did try especially to look into who might have tampered with those records, and not only do I not know the signature of the person who did it, it's almost like it's sort of been, it has a sort of feature on it that scrambles to where I can't get a bead on it. I've never seen magic like this before, sir, but I'm very concerned about the security of our records in general now, and pardon my impertinence here, I worry about the sort of people your parents might have allowed into around that area."
This is a rather unexpected development. So do you think this was still at their behest and not some unknown third party trying to hide their own tracks for something?
I'm sorry, sir, I can't really offer much insight into that. I know that in order to access the records, one needs to be a Sarveris member. It's usually your father or you. So whoever did this would have had to have been accompanied. She kind of looks at you. She goes, "You haven't let anybody outside of the family in there lately, have you?"
I don't recall letting anybody outside of the family inside this house recently.
I only ask because I know that Never mind, sir. It was
No,
not my
speak freely.
place. I know that Lord Partington has been over here at least twice. I just didn't know.
Partington's excluded, of course. I don't believe they would have any reason to be involved in this.
Give me an insight check.
Already mentally making him family.
What did you say?
Just said, like, no one outside the family has been in here. What about Lord Partington? Did I stutter?
I know what I said. 17.
You've known Emily for a fair number of years. She can be hard to read sometimes. She's very good at schooling her expressions, but when you say that you don't believe that Avros would have anything to do with that, you see a very skeptical look across her face, but as quick as you see it, it's gone.
Miss Cunningham,
Mm-hmm.
you wouldn't hide any important information from me, would you?
So, no.
Do you have any doubts about the Partington's integrity?
Well, I just want to point out, you've never asked me about them, so it's not as if I'm hiding anything.
Go on.
I don't wish to
Miss Cunningham,
make you uncomfortable.
I'm asking for your opinion.
Okay, very well. I can't say how accurate these reports are. I just know that there have been whispers among servants and staff that the eldest Partington child used to be a bit of a miscreant and would get into trouble for things surrounding thefts in the past. However, I hasten to add that this was several years ago, at least two, well before he took on the mantle as Lord Partington, head of the family. And I absolutely do not wish to insult your friendship with him. Anybody can change. I'm sorry.
No apology necessary. This is all important information that should not be kept hidden. I think we need to be weary, even of our closest allies.
I think he would do it for sport. Steal into these houses, steal something, leave it somewhere embarrassing. But with everything that's happened with his father, I'm sure his skills could be put to a different use if persuaded, but I don't know his mind.
I'll keep this in mind going forward, and perhaps if the opportunity presents itself, I will prod the subject with him without, of course, alerting him or insinuating that he may have been involved, because I really don't believe he was. But we're getting closer as friends, so such a subject should be not so touchy, I would think.
Of course, I trust your discretion on the subject.
Now, is there anything more regarding this particular issue that you have uncovered, or any other ideas you may have of who or what could be behind it?
I have some not excellent news. Your mother did encounter me looking into this. I did think that I tried to pass it off as a simple inquiry. I was looking for other records and just accidentally happened across these, and I made it seem like it might have been a mistake of sorts. I think she believed me. However, she seemed to rush out of there quite quick, and truth be told, this was last night that I discovered this. I haven't seen her this morning, nor your father. I have to think that perhaps they might be out and about on business and perhaps taking care of some things before the ball tonight. Of which are you going? I don't know if you ever RSVP'd.
I don't believe I did, but I will be attending, yes.
I'll send that away, right away.
In the future, should she or my father happen across you while you're looking into a matter such as this, just tell them that you're doing it on my behest.
I don't want to put you out like that. I know it's already difficult. I really don't mind.
Well, I'm afraid things are going to get even more difficult.
If that's the
between
case, sir, with
them and
respect,
I.
you probably don't want them in your particular business on this. I don't mind shielding you from that.
Well, I'm actually intending on forcing myself into their business relatively
no.
soon. So, on that subject, I did let Mother know that I require a meeting with her and Father sooner rather than later. She didn't happen to mention anything to you about making room in her schedule, did she?
She did not. And once again, you can see that Emily looks very uncomfortable. She, with respect, sir, I get the feeling that her and Lord Salvaris are possibly avoiding you a bit.
Yes, well, they never did make time for me unless I forced them, did they?
No, sir.
On that note, then, if you happen to see them before I do, do tell them they have 24 hours to make room in their schedule for me, or I will be proceeding with business without them.
Yes, sir. Is there anything I can assist you with in regards to that conversation?
Perhaps liquor to ease the anxiety.
Oh, I was speaking more of records or documents, but I can
I was
absolutely...
being facetious.
Oh, yes, of course, sir. But all the same, I'll make sure your favorite whiskey is there.
Thank you, Miss Cunningham.
She goes, tonight, when you go to that ball, are you going alone, or...
I believe I am to meet up with my recent cohorts before the ball.
Understood. Very well then. I will make sure to tell the staff that the entire family will be out for the day and no need to prepare dinner.
Thank you. If I am needed, I will be heading to the academy shortly.
Very good, sir. And she gives you a small bow and goes, anything else I may do to assist you?
That will be all, Miss Cunningham.
Very well. And out of curiosity, how late do you think you will be tonight?
Preferably back before midnight, but recent events with these particular cohorts tell me it may be well after midnight.
Understood, sir. Thank you. And she gives another small bow and ducks out of your room again.
I finish preparing myself for a trip to the academy.
Sounds good. As you step out into the morning sun, as you pass through your house, what she said is true. Your parents are nowhere to be seen. As you flag down a carriage, you can see that it's the second best carriage that pulls up, so you can probably assume that your parents are already out and about. But as you step into your family's carriage, you head out towards the academy. And as you pull up to the very familiar black and white spired tower of a building, are you just heading straight to Headmistress Holt's classroom?
Yeah, I think so. I know it's still fairly early in the morning, so if, there's still students running around trying to get to class, I'll kind of keep out of their way and maybe just observe them a little bit. But otherwise, more or less just heading straight for the office.
Sure. There is a bench right outside her door, usually for people to sit at, because a lot of people want to talk to her. She is head of the academy. And as you sit there, it's progressing as a very normal school day. And the bell does toll, and kids kind of spill out of her classroom. And you can hear her shouting, like, I want everyone to look over that reading tonight. No excuses. And I want 2 pages of notes to me on my desk by tomorrow afternoon. And they're all yapping and look very excited. It's very different, maybe, from any sort of education you had. These kids are very excited to be here, talking animatedly. They don't even seem troubled by the homework. So once the crowd of children clears, you're free to do whatever you want.
So once that room looks like it's been emptied of all the students, so it would just be her and I will step in, make my presence known, maybe knock on the door frame as I step in, so she isn't surprised by my entry.
She goes, enter. And her back is to you, and she's erasing the whiteboard. And there's also like 2 other erasers on the adjoining whiteboard, or not black, it's blackboards, and they're also erasing at the same time.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
She looks over her shoulder. She goes, oh, Lord Cerberus. What a treat this early in the morning. How are you?
I'm quite well, thank you. Always a pleasure, headmistress.
She goes, what brings you to my office this morning?
Well, I've actually brought you a gift.
For me?
Indeed. He turns to look back at the door and he kind of flicks his wrist and a mage hand apparates and shuts the door so they have privacy.
She goes, oh, should I slip into something more comfortable?
I suppose that depends on how you receive the gift.
It was a joke, darling. She kind of waves you forward, and you can go into the little side office that you've been in before with, it's got her examination table. No dead body here this time, which is nice. Still that really strange greenish flames that are lit in the various sconces, but a little warmer now that she doesn't have to keep a dead body fresh. And she sits down at her desk and invites you to sit across from her, and she goes, have you had tea yet?
I have not, actually. I would love a
Oh,
cup.
allow me. And she kind of beckons, and a very cute little blue and white teapot floats over from her desk along with 2 cups, cream, sugar, anything. She goes, how do you take it?
1 sugar, a little bit of cream.
And she starts pouring it for you by hand. She goes, and once the tea's poured, she kind of beckons again, and 2 little like biscuits also float over, and one goes on your cup or like little plate, and one goes on hers. I am listening with bated breath.
Well, rather than explain it, I think it best I just go ahead and show you this gift, if you would permit me a moment to retrieve it. Assuming we have the privacy to discuss more sensitive matters.
She kind of swallows her tea, and she points the door to her office, and it shuts. She says, yes, we you can see her finger kind of goes up to that earring she pointed out to you in the past, and you feels like hot water kind of dripping down back of your neck down to the backs of your heels, so you know you're in that privacy bubble. She goes, now I'm really waiting with bated breath.
1 moment, please. And he pulls the lantern off his hip and he sets it down on the desk and gives a little tap, and as he does, he like apparates into it. And once inside, he goes to retrieve the sample of the Nightwing that he had sequestered away in there. Pops out with it. gently sets it down on her desk.
While you're in there, what's your passive perception? Or actually, just give me a perception check.
16.
Okay. You don't notice anything out of the ordinary. If anything, it looks like the Nightwing might be wilting just a little bit, but still very remarkably well preserved, considering that Sonari kind of stuffed it into whatever it was. And as you pop out, you set it on the table before her, and you see her just freeze.
Yes, it is what you think it is.
She picks it up and she studies it. I don't think I've ever been rendered speechless before. Where did you find this?
It's a bit of a complicated story.
Well, I'm a very complicated woman.
It was sequestered away in a hidden warehouse, let's say. It took several able bodies to retrieve it.
Oh, yes. I didn't, with respect, Lord Sarveris, I did not think you four had it in you.
Admittedly, neither did I.
So this is beyond anything I could have expected. The one thing we were missing was the actual link to the genesis of this poison, and now we have it. So I mean, and while she's kind of muttering to herself and eyeing it over, can you give me a perception check really quick?
Sure can. Oh, that is very good. 24.
Yes, that's great. She's kind of talking to herself and looking this over, you can kind of glance over to your left and you see her examination table is kind of scattered with various items. Despite being a very powerful wizard, seems to be a bit messier than her outward persona seems to be. But you can tell there's like the spine of a book that's like books on diseases, books on ancient curses. There's like an amulet on there. You can see that there's an invitation to that party tonight. I would say that on a DC 20, you see two things that pop out at you. One of them is very ominous and foreboding, but the first thing you notice is it's a gold cup, like a chalice, but it's not anything remarkable. In fact, it looks to be like almost mass manufactured. And on the side of it, you can see the insignia of like the Church of Lady Loridia, which is a heart on fire with like a singular eye in the center. That's like the religious kind of symbol for that. But it's like one of those cups where you would receive like sort of blessings in at any church. And then secondly, the more concerning one is it's the wine glass from the night that Lord Partington died, the one that he had taken a sip from. And it seems to, like, whatever was in there, like whatever wine was in there, seems to have turned like black and kind of congealed itself onto the side of the glass. And it just looks like whatever it was before just looks absolutely horrifying. Just like something that shouldn't exist. She turns to you and she goes, can I trust that there's more of this from wherever you found it?
It is my understanding that there is significantly more.
Significantly more, like how much?
I believe it was mentioned that there was a whole crate full of them, and we have reason to believe that there is much, much more being brought into the city.
That is grave indeed. Is this a sort of shipment of sorts?
It appears that way, and it appears that many of the prominent families of this city of ours are involved in the bringing in of this product.
Well, I suppose I shouldn't be very surprised. I knew some of them were corrupt, but not this corrupt. Maybe that's just my foolish young naivete, always looking for the best in people. She goes, there's more of this coming in faster than I would possibly be able to create an antidote to, and that's just for the poison. Remember, I told you that I think both this and the plague seem to have the same sort of genesis.
Yes, that is why I thought it prudent to get you this sample as quickly as possible.
Yes, I will rush this over. Whew, I am absolutely speechless. I'm going to get this over to the Dr. Gustford right away. I know that she has her hands full with a poor young chap who was on, it seems like one of the ships out there, who's not doing so well, but I know she will be very interested in seeing this as well. There's so much. Hell, anything else that I should know about this? And she goes to like kind of open the cork a bit.
I would be very careful. I mean, I'm sure it's fine to take it out of that vessel, but without knowing the full extent of what it can do, I would hate to see anything happen to you without you were blind in this.
That's true. I got ahead of myself. She reaches into her drawer and kind of pulls out 2 pairs of gloves. She hands one to you, and also a sort of mask to cover her nose and her mouth, and also hands one to you. She goes, I'm sorry, I can't wait. I'm just so curious. And once you put those on, and once she puts hers on, she takes a pair of tweezers in one hand and pops the cork off of it. And as she does that, you can even see, like, at the opening of the vial, it's almost like in a heat wave where the light kind of shimmers a bit. It's like that's coming out of it, and like almost like it's slowly trying to permeate the room a bit. But because of like this bubble that you guys are in that kind of seals itself to your guys' body, it seems to not be able to go outward of like your conversation, which is very kind of catches your interest a bit. But she waves her hand over it, and seems to look very like concerned behind her mask. She goes, oh, yes, probably best to be wearing gloves and a mask when handling this. She turns to like write down notes on her page. And she continues to look at it, and as she does, she looks more and more concerned. She goes, did you encounter this at all?
In the retrieval of it, you mean?
In its raw form?
Not personally, myself. No.
Do you know someone who did?
I do. Is that a problem?
Not at all. I was just curious if they
Well,
experienced...
for them, I mean.
Is that a problem for them? I mean, I don't know, darling. This is my first time encountering this. Do you know if they experienced any effects at all?
Admittedly, I didn't hang around very long after our excursion into the warehouse, so I'm not sure how they're doing. I don't even know how they handled it, come to think of it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Well,
I'm sure they're fine.
in the name of science, and she takes her mask down and inhales some of it.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Well, you've
And she
already
doesn't
done it. I
listen
can't
to
stop
you.
you now.
And she kind of goes like, oh, oh my. And she kind of is, her hand is gripping onto the table, and even with the gloves on, you can see that she's digging her nails into the desk. And she seems to be like warring with something in her head, like as in like she's gripping the vials so hard you're worried it's gonna snap.
Are you? Do you need assistance? Are you okay?
Whew. I think that's enough. And she pulls her mask back on and taps
Why
that.
would
She
you
goes,
do that?
science. I can't very well. I don't know who your friend is, but there's no time to waste. We need to know exactly what this
And
is.
you're the
for.
only expert on this in the city.
Well, I couldn't very well ask you. That's not very kind or, very good host. You haven't even had any of your tea yet. She goes, whew. Okay, well. Oh my.
A little more caution next time, please.
Dear boy, don't go telling me how to do my job. She kind of pats your cheek, goes, you are very sweet. She goes, well, if I'm to be correct on this, and usually I am, seems that I'm very familiar with this type of magic, funnily enough. I just never seen it manifested in a plant before.
What is it?
What's your experience with nightmares?
I've had my fair share.
As have we all. She goes, nightmares are a sort of gateway into the deepest recesses of your mind, one might say. It can really paint the scope of a person knowing what their greatest fears are. And that sort of fear, if left to fester, it can take you over, in a way. Physically, mentally, emotionally, if you let it. If you don't find a way to face your fears or stop your nightmares, etc., etc. Nightmare magic is very particular, and I would have experience with that because that is the sort of magic that manifested for me when I was very young. And she takes her glove off and she goes, do you remember on the day we first met? Where we shook hands very normally, as one does. And I don't know if you felt it, but there was a sort of coldness that my touch can elicit in people. I've been told it's very unpleasant. Did you experience anything like that?
I do recall that, yes. I thought it odd at the time, but admittedly didn't give it too much thought after the fact.
Most people don't. However, in that moment, when I wish it, especially if I touch someone for the first time and they're open to greeting in that way, I can see into their minds a bit, if I wish. And I can see your biggest fears.
That would explain how you know certain things.
She kind of leans forward. She goes, I'm very sorry that it seems like your greatest fear is coming to fruition in reality.
We don't always get to choose the path we're on, do we?
No. She goes, the fact that this is manifested in plant form is very concerning, just based on what I have heard of the forest. is that mutations happen in there all the time. Obviously, I'm not the only one with sort of insight into nightmare magic as it is, but if someone's been using that to be able to create a hybrid of sorts of botany, that's concerning, especially as the forest is already very vulnerable. I know it might not seem like it being so dangerous, but it is vulnerable.
I'm beginning to understand a little bit better what our relationship with that forest is, and it is most certainly not what I thought and not what I had been taught. There's much more at play here than I ever could have guessed.
How do you mean?
Well, after the funeral, the Partington funeral, seeing how that all played out and how they took the body to be buried in the forest, and I was surprised to even learn that somebody could live in the forest. I was always told that it was too dangerous, too wild for anyone to spend any real amount of time in there, and that went against all of that knowledge, and learning that this plant that is possibly the source of a plague and also what killed the Partington came from the same forest. It's a lot. And frankly, we're told none of this growing up. This is all stuff that everyone should be aware of, so we can give this forest the respect that it requires.
The forest is all the things you say, and more. I believe rumors were spread intentionally to paint it as inhospitable, to prevent others from trying to put down roots there who were not wanted. But you can absolutely live in the forest. You can pass through it without issue, provided you are very magically protected or the forest knows you better than others. Give me an insight check.
$15?
Is that a flat 15?
Yeah.
Okay. You see that she's speaking about this in like a very teacherly way, as if you were one of her students, but not in a condescending way. But there's just a glimmer of something in her eyes when she talks about passing through the forest and back. She goes, with all due respect, Lord Salvaris, it's very possible that people already know how dangerous the forest is. But when the time comes to make a profit, so to say, most people just don't care very much. Essentially, as the late Lord Partington was aware of, the forest is essentially a gold mine. There's so much more in there once you get past the dangers. And a man could make himself mad off of the money he could make off of it.
You speak almost as if you have spent a great deal of time in that forest.
She looks a little like sheepish. She goes, "Am I really that easy to read?"
I wouldn't say easy. Just have a certain affinity in your voice when you speak of it.
I have been in the forest many, 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 many times over my long career. I have friends in there, human and non-human alike. And as batty as it sounds, some of my oldest friends in there are the trees and the forest as an entity. Once you know it, it will trust you. And that is perhaps its biggest downfall.
Do you know of anyone that has betrayed that trust?
Well, with respect, Lord Silveris, I would say your family, the Fitzgerald family, Tufts, the Howards, the Tybalts, the Wirinarises. Anybody who goes in there with the intention to take and not give in return, it is a betrayal.
You know, it's funny, you list these names almost as if you were reading them directly off of the ledger that we found in this warehouse where we located the Nightwing.
Was there a ledger?
Indeed there was.
Well, I don't know of any ledger. I just go off of what I've seen in the forest on my very numerous treks. I see many a sigil flown as they go in to take and reap, and not so. And if it lines up with the ledger you found, it's unsurprising. These are men who are wanting to build themselves through riches and power, and if they're able to go into a place with slight loss of life and workers they don't seem to care much about and make a profit off of it, they're going to.
Well, unfortunately, one of the things that my father instilled in me is that everyone is expendable for the right price. So I fear you are right in what you say.
Even you?
I'd like to think not, but coin is persuasive.
Tell me, this entity that your family has made a deal with, how do they decide when that gets passed on to their children?
Admittedly, I don't know the full extent of it or full reasoning of it. I always assumed it was a sort of coming of age thing when one generation becomes too old to continue running the business in its most optimal state. Then the entity declares that it gets passed down to the next one.
Did your sister leave purposefully to avoid that?
I've had those thoughts. I have not entertained them.
I'm so sorry, Alberiel.
You and me both.
At the risk of overstepping, I would once again like to encroach the topic of possibly finding a way to break that binding between you and your patron. I'm happy to. It would be difficult. You will lose many things, but you stand to gain many things too.
I think I may actually wish to take you up on that offer, but not yet.
I understand.
I must first break those bindings on the rest of my family.
Being indebted to a greater power can feel incredible. But when the chips are down, I just worry that more might be asked of you than you ever dreamed.
And I feel you're right. Lately, I feel like I've been herded towards a particular outcome that is not the one that I want. I don't know what that outcome is. Hopefully I won't have to find out.
Do you trust those that you've kind of found yourself thrown in with? The other three?
Trust is a difficult thing.
For people like you and for people like me, it is.
I would rely on them, let's say.
I know that with a situation like this, it's easy to feel isolated. But don't fall into any of your father's habits of using people for your gain. I think you might be more than that, Arbelriel. It's all right to take a leap and trust people. It's brave. Even if they might irritate you sometimes.
Sometimes. You met Gaius?
I have. I find him charming.
Charming is not the word I would use.
He always mentions how lovely I look, and I got to tell you, as an older woman, sometimes you need to hear that.
Yeah, he would mention that, wouldn't he?
Well, I'll stop here at the risk of sounding like a mother, which I'm sure you already have one of those. You don't need another one. Pouring advice down
No, I
your
don't
ear.
have one of those, actually. So I appreciate the words. It's a kindness I am not used to.
If you let yourself, there are people who care for you and will help you and don't seek to use you for gain. But I think you're a ways off from that, accepting and being all right with that.
That is something that is not yet a part of my life, but perhaps could be. Maybe that's why I find Gaius so infuriating. He's just so righteous.
Oh dear. I didn't know that about him. That
Well,
bothers you?
When he speaks plainly. Doesn't feel like there's always an ulterior motive to the things that he's doing. My whole life has been ulterior motives. So to meet somebody that is so forthright is it lowers my guard in a concerning way.
She reaches out and she kind of cups one of your hands in hers. And instead of that cold chill that you had the first time you shook her hand, I feel like a warmth kind of trickling down your wrist and up your arm to your chest. She goes, "Is it possible that maybe you feel a bit of envy for his ability to speak however he wishes?"
I think it's possible that I am feeling a lot of things that I'm not used to when I'm with these people. I find I am letting out emotions that are not veiled behind professional endeavors. I'm smiling for reasons that I haven't quite figured out.
Just DM'd player, what kinds of emotions does Arbelriel feel around Gaius, Sinari, and Maddie?
He feels calm. As somebody that lives a life where he feels like he always has to be aware of what's behind him, he feels like he doesn't have to have that awareness when he's with them.
And as you feel that, like you're remembering that feeling of calmness around these three. You can see that she kind of feels her shoulders relax, and you can kind of tell she's also feeling what you're feeling. She goes, I think that's called having friends.
It's foreign to me, but I'm enjoying it.
It's a wonderful thing to have. And before she lets go of your hand, you can get a flash to a time of a younger you. And you're in the city with your sister. And you're sneaking around, stealing snacks off of stalls and spying on people watching, checking out landmarks. You're not dressed in your usual finery. You blend in with the crowd, and you see your sister sort of look back at you smiling. You feel a sort of pang as you miss her, and you felt like it's been a very long time since you've been so hidden and yet so seen. And you miss that. And she lets go of your hands, and she goes, you could have that again.
I think I've taken up too much of your time, Headmistress.
I'm sorry if I overstepped, Albariel.
You've done no such thing.
And please, you can call me Esperanza, but I know it's a mouthful.
As is mine.
That's true. I don't think I've ever met anyone with a name as long as mine before.
Something we have in common.
She stands up and she goes, thank you very much for bringing this to me. I know the position it puts you in, but I promise you did the right thing.
I'm beginning to believe that, yes.
And this time when she shakes your hand to give you a farewell, you don't feel any strange sensations. It's just a very fond handshake.
He lets it linger for a moment, like he cups her hand in both of his at the end of the shake, and then he just gives her a small nod afterwards and turns to leave. But he does stop at the door and adjusts his coat and straightens his hair and his beard a little bit and clears his throat and straightens his back and then steps through the door.
And as you leave, she goes, oh, I will see you at the party tonight, yes?
Right, yes, the party. I will be there with all of my cohorts.
Have fun. And then she shuts the door in your face. Where are you going?
I think I'm gonna sit down in the courtyard for a little bit, compose myself, and then I don't know, maybe head to Gaius's place.
I would say by this time it is about mid-morning, and you can definitely head to Gaius's place. I'm sure it has a lot to tell you. You go outside and you find that your coach is outside waiting for me. What's your passive perception?
16.
It is a flutter in the morning sun, but you feel outside of the presence of all these children running to their classes, teachers walking by, looking over their notes and everything. Someone's here, and they're watching you.
Is there any sort of emotion attached to that feeling?
I guess give me an insight check with disadvantage.
I don't know what it is about my disadvantage lately. It has been stealing all of my nat 20s.
Oh,
In the last, 3 games, I think I've had 5 nat 20s taken from me with disadvantage.
The dice god just stealing your luck.
Yeah, so instead that's going to be an 8.
You feel unnerved. Do you look around you?
I think at first, yeah, it kind of like looks around as if there is actually physically somebody there that he's looking for.
I think just with the hustle and bustle, as your conversation with the headmistress had gone on for a while, people were already moving on to their next classes. And just in the hustle and bustle of students, their cloaks going out behind them, chattering animatedly, and teachers yelling like, slow down, stop running, quit it, tuck in your shirt, all of that hubbub and the din of just life around you. You don't see anything. You don't even know if that feeling was real, except for the fact that you've never really felt like that before.
He's just gonna be a little more alert going forward until he gets to Gaius's place.
Cool. You head on over to Gaius's place. Gaius, are you and Maddie up for the day? I would say it's about like 10:30 right now.
Where did Maddie sleep?
On the couch.
On the couch, duh.
Obviously.
Sicko.
She
Coward.
curled up on the couch and fell asleep while reading, so.
Sick idiot.
Coward. Also, Gaius wasn't there, so I would have, like, because he doesn't return till, like, whatever time. I wouldn't have been surprised if he was like, I'll let her have the bed because I'm a gentleman and all that kind of crap. I don't know. Thought I'd ask.
If he showed up and she was sleeping in the bed, he would have slept on the couch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, sicko.
Idiot.
They're just friends. Speculating is really
He has manners and respect for people. She's going through a hard time right now. He's not going to take advantage of that.
She's vulnerable right now. Why would he ever take advantage of a vulnerable woman?
He wouldn't.
No, he wouldn't.
He has class. Sometimes.
It's morning. Yay.
Yes.
What are you guys doing?
Words.
I think Gaius probably doesn't sleep much normally. So like he's probably up.
Why?
He's probably up early in the morning and just looks over and sees Maddie still asleep and he just starts making breakfast.
Oh, you get the bacon sandwiches.
Yeah. Maddie
Making pancakes. Making bacon pancakes.
to the smell of bacon pancakes, sandwiches, whatever.
Bacon pancake sandwiches.
Yes. For a moment, she forgot where she was and thought she was at home and like tried to like fully stretch and almost fell off the couch. But she like things hit her and she's, at this point she's like, well, this is a decision I made and we have more important things to worry about. Except just kind of
You might be the
Sitting-
bravest one here, just setting out, saying like not even like saying goodbye to your family. Maddie's brave, y'all.
No, she ran away. She was scared.
I mean, it's
But like so defiantly, like
I'm gonna
Fuck
run
that.
away and join the circus.
Yeah.
You stormed out of your house with just a bag and backpack at 2:30 a.m. A scared little rich girl who has never had to defend herself in anything in her life, and
in
you
the dead
went
of night.
straight to the. I'm gonna assume Gaius was in the shady part of town. To the shady part of town to hang out at a single man's place.
Well,
Like-
I think she's brave. Whatever.
And
Yeah,
you
I'm-
didn't turn back when you saw that your dad saw you.
Yeah, you didn't turn back. Yeah. listen to what he said. You didn't turn back. So, like, you're brave.
Much appreciated. She doesn't feel very brave right now, but
Still brave. She has
Yeah.
anxiety.
yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I really
Yeah.
loved that moment.
And
Want to give
Thank
you your
you.
flowers.
Thank you.
Gaius just, as she like sits up and like almost falls off the couch. I was thinking you may have slept in this morning.
I thought I did. What time is it?
I'm gonna assume it's probably like 10ish.
It was like, yeah, it was like 10. Is that not sleeping in?
I don't know how late you normally sleep.
Depends. I got halfway through your book, by the way.
Which one?
The Captain's Captive, the pirate one.
All the books in the library. You grabbed the smut book.
I didn't grab it. Sonari gave it to me to read for a while.
Of course she did.
She has good taste.
He just shakes his head. I made breakfast.
Thank you. And thank you for letting me stay here.
Maddie, we're friends. You can come over anytime you want. You can stay as
Coming
long
home.
as you want.
I just feel like everything is upside down.
Everything is upside down. There's no getting around that. Most of our lives are topsy-turvy at the moment. We are in the midst of a murder investigation, some strange smuggling operation, and people are talking about us. I was able to speak to Anurad last night.
We should wait until
Yeah,
others get here.
It's a doozy, to say the least.
Is she all right?
She's fine. But the reason why she believes her life is in danger is more akin to all of us than her ability to sing.
We're putting her in danger?
We're not putting her in danger, no.
Okay.
Just what she knows. And he slides over just like, a plate full of like scrambled eggs and bacon and toast.
She picks at it. She tries her best, but it's difficult.
The guy sits next to her and just starts eating like it's any other day.
How do you pretend that everything is fine in times like this?
There's no pretending. I don't lie to myself. I take note of everything that's around me and take care of the things that I can and do what I can with the rest. I have to come to accept that there are things that are outside of my control that may never be resolved. But I don't let it hinder me in my day-to-day. The worst thing you can ever do is lie to yourself. Why? What's What is the full story as to what happened last night? You were rather distraught.
Oh, my best friend for most of my life cornered me in my room and confronted me about speaking with the eyes. My father thought that she could get to me to understand the full story. And she moved away to start a family and created distance between us, which left me on my own to figure out who I am without her. And now that I'm working on figuring that out, she's insisted that I'm making a mistake. I can't help but think about her, like not only my family's names in that ledger, but her husband's, and how she's not who I thought she was. And so it's more than just, my father doing shady things. It's my best friend who agrees with it. And when we went, I can't believe how blind I was, given, I mean, I understand I was sheltered, but I suppose I didn't want to see the pain that we were causing.
I don't think it was you didn't want to see. Naturally, when we are children of wealthy families, families of influence, the goings on of our family's business are blind to us for most of our childhood. It's only once we start getting brought into the fold that we see how it's affecting people. You being an only child you've pretty much not had anybody be able to prepare you for this.
I have an older brother.
Well, then I retract that statement. Your older brother didn't help prepare you for this.
They did. I didn't have much interest in the family business before.
Same here. I think it's because of my second brother as to why I was able to see my family's business for what it was, see how my family operated before my time. And I didn't want any of that. So I decided to set out on my own. Well, as much as on my own as I can while still using their money. I'm not a fool. And I tried to make my own life.
Oh no, my family's going to cut me off.
I don't think your father will cut you off. And if he does, there are worse things in this world than being cut off from money. You still have us.
I'm
But
sorry to rely on you so much.
don't apologize. Friends help friends out. Down here, everybody helps each other out. We have everybody's back. That's the one thing that separates the upper crust of society from the rest of everyone. Is down here, we help each other out. No matter what happens, we are going to have your back. And if anything bad happens to you, I have a feeling that Sonari will set whoever's house it is on fire.
I have been thinking about joining the eyes before I said it. It wasn't just some rash decision.
Look, with that is your own call, but make that with a clear head. Don't go in with
Okay.
don't go in with romanticized thoughts of what the eyes do. Make sure that you get a full understanding as to what you will be asked to do if you join them. But if joining the eyes is what you want to do, I'll back your play. It's your life. Do what you want.
I'm not sure entirely. I have to have more information before I make the full decision.
Well, you've just had the wool pulled away from your eyes. You are now going into technically what everyone would call the real world. You have a lot of decision and a lot of heartbreak ahead of you. And I wouldn't give up on your father so fast. If there's one thing I know about fathers who have daughters, especially those in higher standing, you all get away with so much than what we do.
I suppose only time will tell.
And all you could do is live it one day at a time. Don't worry. Trust me, it gets easier with time.
Right. I'm still in the same dress as yesterday, so can I
Is he
bathe
just
here?
he just like he like motions to like towards the back. He's like, the bathroom is across the hall from my room. Do whatever you need to do.
Thank you. And so she like grabs her like little trunk that she packed and goes to the bathroom and to freshen up and all that.
Awesome. So you get ready for the day, guys, is probably finishing off breakfast. Sonari, waking up in your home next to your papa. I would say you see that he is still asleep.
Okay. Right. She wakes up and she remembers how she spoke to Gabe and she went, "Come back to work." And she was like, "Ugh, I need to stop going without sleep for so long, right? Kitchen, food, I need to make sure he eats." And then she goes off to the kitchen to try and make something. Kitchen's a mess. It always is a mess with them because
I
they're
would say
very bad at keeping it.
actually you see that Gabriel cleaned a bit. He's actually cleaned the whole place a bit. He's probably very like stir crazy because he wants to be out and about. As you know him as just a person, so he's probably just trying to kill time.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, wow. I can see the bench top. Right. Okay. So, and I put together enough things to just like, let's see if I can make some, spicy, spicy congee, actually. Like, make something like that. And like, and I just like, open up it, and it's like, there's this extra, like, strength, like a fire, like, like tiefling strength chili, like,
Sure.
and I just like dump that in, just like, just like Papa's favorite. Just like,
As you're cooking, make a perception check.
okay. Ooh, 19 plus something, but it's a 19.
Even over the sounds of like the hiss of things like being roasted or cooked or whisked or whatever, you can hear sounds coming from your father's rooms, and it sounds like frightened cries.
I drop everything immediately. Go to him.
You can see him sitting straight up in bed, going, "Where am I? Where am I? What is this? Go home. I want to go home."
Okay. She's all right.
Did you enter? And he
Mr.
goes like, "Who are you?
Mr. Villiers?
Go away."
Okay.
No.
Is it?
No.
And I give him the code word from the eyes. I'm just like, oh,
Mm.
what's the thing that Frank says?
I like your hair.
It's like,
Or like,
I like,
the eye thing.
yeah, the eye thing is just, oh, what's the thing he said, like, you put a needle in or something? I can't remember what the actual
The
word
one
was.
place you wouldn't want a needle.
Okay, he's like, what's the one place you wouldn't want a needle?
He's not really. He's like, no. It's too much. Everyone, there's blood everywhere. It's me. No.
It's okay.
Who are you? Go away. No.
I'm from
dead.
the eyes.
He's
I'm
dead.
from the eyes.
He's dead.
Who's dead?
He's dead.
It's okay. It's okay.
Coming
It's
for the
okay.
girls. No.
The girls are safe. You did your job.
It's my fault.
You did your
It's my fault.
You did your job. You
I
did your
can't.
job. The girls are safe, remember? Our aunties, the aunties, they're taking care of the kitchen. We put them there. You did your job. They're safe.
They have to hide.
We're hidden. See? We're hidden. We're hidden in the safe house of the eyes again.
It's my fault.
It's not your fault. Remember, you need to... And she has to...
He starts to weep.
Remember, you can't stress too hard. It's not good for the baby, remember?
His arms reach out, like, even though you're a stranger, he needs to grip onto someone. He's just weeping,
Yep.
arms out.
Yep, I got you.
It's my fault. It's my
No,
fault.
it's not your fault. Come on. I'll make some congee. I've got some congee on the stove. It'll be good for you. It'll be good for the baby. And I can tell you about the girls and where you put them, okay?
He runs his hand over his flat stomach. He goes like, he nods.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay. I'll be right back. Okay? Be right back.
Mm-mm.
You want to come with me?
Yeah, and he
Okay.
holds his arms out for you, and you help him
Yeah.
up.
I help him up to the kitchen table. And I'm just like, thankfully Gabe's taken everything, I'm gonna assume. Yeah, so just have him sit at the table. Let's go. Just see? Not going anywhere. I'm just making congee. See? You see that smell? It's just spice.
I think
Yeah.
smelling it, he relaxes a bit.
Yeah. I just like, I'll even take a little bit of spoon, like, it's like a taste. It's like, see? Is it tasting good? We're doing it right?
Takes a very tentative taste. Seems to relax even further.
Okay, there we go. Alright, and just like, keep making it. I've got no idea how to make congee, so I'm just like, if anyone who actually does know and is wondering why the fuck I'm doing a whisking motion, just know that I have no clue. Any Asians in chat who are just like, what the fuck is she doing? I'm just like, I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna lie.
So
I looked up what it was, and I found a recipe, and now I want to make it.
It's a thing I've seen in fiction a lot, so just like, I've never given it a try, but
I think as you cook, the smell and the sounds of cooking seem to comfort your father as he relaxes more and more. And he seems to look almost a little still sorrowful.
it's okay. It's gonna be okay. Do you remember the girls? They're currently... Sorry, I need to open up something. May and Angie, we got them the jobs. You got them the jobs at the kitchen. We took them in because you protected them. You did your job, and everything's fine.
Mayel
Yeah, Annie May,
and Angelica.
Annie May and Angie. Yeah, you took them in, and they're okay.
As he relaxes further, he looks right at you. And there's almost like a clarity, which is very rare. And he goes, I'm sorry.
You don't have anything to be sorry for.
You deserve better. I'm sorry.
I'm just like, what are you talking about? And I give him a kiss on the forehead, and I'm just like, I've got the best papa ever. I don't want better. I'm happy. And I'm just like, that's why I spoon up the congy, give it to him. It's like, yeah, come on.
And I
Do
think
I
you probably have to feed him because his hands are shaking so much.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, come on, here comes the dirigible.
And he slowly but surely eats his breakfast. And he spicy.
Yeah, that's how you like it.
I do. I like it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll get you some water as well. No, not gonna do milk. I'm not gonna ruin the spice for you.
And you hear a knock at the door.
Name?
Gabriel?
Yep, come in.
He comes in and he goes, I'm reporting for work.
Shut up. I was tired and I hadn't slept properly in about...
Oh, you got your dad all set up.
Yeah, he's good. We just had a small episode this morning, so I've got him eating some breakfast.
Kind of crouches down next to your father. He goes like, hey, you okay? And your father puts a hand on his shoulder and goes, just pats his shoulder while not really looking at him. He goes, I can take over. I know that you have stuff to do. God knows I'm not doing anything.
You've done enough. I don't know the last time I saw the kitchen bench top in a while, so thanks.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me killing someone, but yeah, I'm glad you noticed.
Look.
Sorry, I have no right to be bitter. I'm sorry, I'm just getting so cooped up.
I get it. I know what it's like to have your hands tied. Figuratively and literally. But I'm getting past it. I had my moment, and now you know me and Papa. Once we feel it all, the emotions just kind of go. It's too hard to hold a grudge, really. Unless it's against someone that's not me. But anyway, so I give him the congy and just here you go. If you know what's good for you, don't eat it. You're not a tiefling. You're going to lose your taste buds.
Because I can do it.
Yeah, basically, I wanted to understand that the reason why tieflings can handle this because we have the fire resistance. So
surprisingly for you, he actually seems to muscle his way back through it. He goes, oh, okay.
Wow. The eyes leaking, and it's gonna clear your sinuses. So if you weren't feeling great,
yeah, I'm smelling colors. Woo! Okay, cool.
Have you seen that? Have you seen the weird one that's right between yellow and orange, but you can't describe because there is no word for it? That's one of my favorites.
Ochre?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. That was actually really good. Takes another bite. Okay, sorry.
If you're gonna scream like that each time that you take a bite, I'm gonna ask you to not do that. It's too early in the morning.
You look down, you see your dad's actually kind of chuckling a little bit.
Well, you made
And
him
it's-
laugh, so it's
yeah.
worth it.
His eyes are streaming, his nose is running. He's like, this is not my most attractive look.
I mean, you've looked worse.
Thanks. Okay, get
Oh, you
out of
have.
here.
Yeah.
I don't need you
oh.
seeing me suffering.
Do you know if the council's in?
Council is in.
Yep. And they're just like, I know I slept later than most people do, but I'm just like, I'm trying to like look at the time.
It's about, I would say, like 9 a.m.
Okay, I'm just like, not bad. I expect it to be later. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm off, and I give Papa a kiss on the head. Be good. Please keep eating. And I just like, walk out.
Bye.
Bye.
And as you look back, you see that Gabriel sits down in a chair and starts taking over feeding. Why?
Yeah. And I just like walk out the door.
Mhm.
And I head straight to where the council is, because I'm very sure that I still got a copy of the ledger from when we discussed everything, because I know that copies were made, and
Copies
I
were-
made
you, I think Guy's made 2 copies. One for under his pillow, like a diary or whatever. The other one he keeps on him, and then he gave the 3rd one to you.
Yeah, and I remember I made a negotiation with Arby to not share the Nightwing one specifically. Yeah, just trying to remember. And to hold off on that one just for now. But
Sure.
she's basically gone, I'm going to share everything else because everything else is way too important to not share to the eyes.
You betcha. Okay.
Yeah.
As you go up to the door, you do the secret knock. Excuse me, and you hear a voice go, "Enter."
Yep. I walk in, I just go, hello.
It's
Good morning.
Sparrow there. She goes, Sonari, good morning. Give me an insight check.
Oh, that one was a 12. What's my insight thing? +1, 13.
Sparrow looks a little irritated today, but you're not really sure why.
I'm just like, all I've said is hello. In my head, this is in my head, and it's gone, all I've said is hello, so it can't be me. And I just go, everything all right, ma'am?
Everything is as it is. Running this organization is a bit like herding cats.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I've been told that you would like to have at least a debrief on what happened at the Whitehall warehouse.
Oh, yes, that was you, yes?
Yeah, happy to claim that. The union strike wasn't exactly me, but my colleagues who were with me at the time definitely helped with that situation. So I want to claim, like, I at least kind of helped.
I was going to say, it's struck very much like you. I wonder you are rubbing off on them a little bit.
Oh, I hope so. That would be so fun.
She kind of chuckles.
What I did find, though, unfortunately, I can't give the full thing just yet.
Why not?
Don't have the last part of it simply because it's part of the investigation. But the rest of it we don't need for the investigation anymore. I'm gonna just say, like, before I came in, I took all the pages for the Nightwing out. So it's just the other part of the ledger.
You ripped it out?
Well, I don't know how else I would have taken it out.
Okay, good to know.
I just pretty much just gone like, listen, there are pages removed, but we needed the pages for the investigation. After the investigation's done, I'm gonna give them to you. But unfortunately, I need this for what I need. But I just
the investigation that was charged to you by the head of the wings?
that I'm just taking an interest in because we should know what happened to the Partingtons and also why Gabriel got taken advantage of.
And why can't we know this information as well? I guess I'm confused.
I understand. I'm trying to keep someone in my good graces, and if I can keep them happy, it gets me more information on how to get this done. I don't agree, but you know how we are.
Give me a persuasion check.
Ooh, that one was a good roll.
Nice.
Come. 1 persuasion plus 5. That was a 19. What did I miss?
The way it's we were like, oh, that was a good roll, and then I thought I heard you just go 1.
No, I rolled a 14. And then my persuasion is a plus 5, so it's a 19.
1. So you got a 19? Sorry, that was really funny. Oh, she goes, very well.
But the rest of this, I think, is going to like make up for the fact I have to hold the oath of information, and I pull out the ledger. I'm going. This is a current ledger for the current. There's the ledger for the current storage of the Whitehall warehouse. Everything in it. That's not the. So whatever family has currently been using it, what they've got stored, and they do not know that I have this yet because I just lifted it yesterday, and they're a bit busy with the worker strike. So I think that this is a good time to look at whatever illegal things these families are looking at.
And she takes it and she looks through it. She goes, this is impressive. I get told that sometimes I have a bit of a soft spot for you, which is not true, but I let you get away with a lot. But if they produce results like this, then I'm fine to let those comments pass.
I'm my father's daughter.
How is your father doing?
He's eating, at least. So at least I don't have to worry about that, which is the main concern of him refusing. But
I understand Gabriel is assisting you.
Gabriel has been working from my place, needing something to do, and he's looked after my father. So.
Before I encroach the topic of this, I want to ask his mindset, Gabriel's. He has shown remorse.
He has shown remorse, I believe. I do believe that he's also very stir crazy, but I do believe that he has true regrets on his actions. And honestly, I'm past the initial anger now. And you know what I'm like. It's like I forget to hold grudges.
She holds up her hand. She goes, I only ask because a bit of a situation has arisen. I was worried yesterday when some of our agents that we planted in the warehouse of Whitehall had reported a mass strike that had been whipped up. Turns out it was you and your friends. I don't know if you were aware that they were there, but they had same intentions as what you had been going for. But this pays tremendous dividends, so I thank you. With that being said, I feel I can share this with you. There's been a fear of a breach within the eyes lately, within our ranks. And I worry that some of the guards at the warehouse that you so successfully rallied for civil rights there, they got out just in time by some luck. Because reports have gotten back to us this morning, just as recently as this morning, that Mr. Whitehall, I don't know if you ran across him in your snooping.
Briefly, he didn't see me, but I saw him.
Understood. He was found dead this morning. He fell out of his balcony window.
I'm sure he fell.
I am sure he fell too.
And it definitely wasn't something we arranged.
No. For once. So, I have to ask, this thing you are guarding from me so jealously has something to do with that?
I think it might.
Understood.
And if the eyes is compromised, and it's best that I do keep this to myself to avoid, like, we could be listened onto right now, for all we know.
We are not. Just trust on that. I've been doing this job for a very long time. With that being said, the reason I ask about the Gabriel state of mind, our numbers are shrinking. We have to be of the utmost caution sending our agents out in the field if there is a breach. Important missions like the one that we had planned for tonight at this Tuft Ball. Unsure if you've heard of it. We were sending some of our agents there.
What a coincidence. I had been planning to gate crash it for a separate reason.
Very well. Seems that our interests align. But if we can't send our agents out in the world without fear of them being harmed, things like these are usually left to senior members. Myself, Wyatt, Shen, and Gabriel. Additionally, usually Obadiah's, but he still insists on being in the prison for whatever reason.
We still need to figure that one out, don't we?
He seems content there. He is a difficult man to argue with.
Yep, I think we've had a small interaction. Actually, I can't remember if that interaction was me or someone else, but there was an interaction with someone.
I believe you passed along a message from a friend stating this.
Yeah.
As we are worried about our members, our not so senior members, encountering harm in these missions we send them on, I wanted to ask you a favor.
Okay.
Rather, no, I don't wish to ask you a favor. I ask you to do your job. If you're going to this ball anyway, we have reason to believe that Tuft family, the head of it, Lord Tuft, he is a new sort of recruit into this sort of cult we've been keeping an eye on. Unsure if you've come across it, but Black Hand is what we're calling it. We have no other name for it because no name is ever left, except for a symbol of sorts that looks like a sun or a black hand. I don't know. We have reason to believe. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I'm still have I'm pretty sure I still have a copy of the contract, that we got from Maddie's dad, which I'm just like, did it look something like this?
She smiles kind of almost proudly of you. She goes, it looks exactly like that.
Black Hand, huh?
That's just the name we've been giving it, a sort of moniker. We don't have actual name of any sort of cult business or even who's behind it, but we are looking into it. We have sources that have told us that Lord Tuft might be a new recruit. We have no evidence to back this up except for the whispers. We wanted to take a look into the house, any offices there, as this is the first time that almost anyone has made an appearance at their home. Nobody's ever been inside, save on business. It's a very prime opportunity. However, if we're looking for information about this Black Hand benefactor, I don't wish to put any junior members on the payroll, so to speak.
Which is... And I'm going to guess that we couldn't get High Sung for this either.
No.
Of course not. Alright. No.
You won't be going in alone. Shen will be going with you. We haven't been seeing a lot of him lately because he's been doing reconnaissance various places in city, but he will be there tonight. I know you two seem to get along pretty well, hopefully.
Yeah. So, I can get.
You remember that Shen is this very sort of charismatic, one of the various leaders of the eyes here, like, because there's 4 of them. But he's very, like, charismatic, but takes the job very seriously. And you two, you've known him almost your whole life. He's slightly older than you, but you've known him almost his whole life, almost your whole life. And I don't know, he's a very impressive sort of fellow. So if, the other leader, Wyatt, isn't available, he is probably the next best person.
And I haven't met him yet, have I?
Not
like,
in game, but you've met him in your
yeah.
life.
Yeah, met him in my life. I'm just like saying in game. Like I'm pretty sure he's like the only one of the leaders of the council I haven't met. He's the only one I haven't met yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
You've gone on missions with him in the past, just like simple ones. He's always kind of watched your back. Very competent, very cool.
Shen is a good one to have in the back. Yeah. I'm just like, it's been a while since I've seen him. I hope he's down for being up to no good.
Please don't
all right.
go too chaotic. This is a very serious mission.
Of course. I will do my best to not cause too much trouble.
I don't know how much you know about this Black Hand benefactor, but he seems to try to entice his followers with promises or threats. It's important for us to find out what the toughs need or want that would warrant their involvement. And alternatively, how knowledgeable they are of the goings-on of this. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll do my best, and we'll make sure we'll bring something. Before I get going, we have interest on someone wanting to join the Eyes. I am giving them a bit of a grace period to tell me yes, they absolutely were, because when they told me, they had been very emotional. So we want them making the decision with a clear head. But
is it your little friend? The one
Maddie?
who was threatened by Gabriel?
Yeah, turns out it's a fantastic recruitment technique.
I'll have to tell him. May I speak plainly with you? I don't need to dress my words in niceties about your friend.
Of course.
I do not think she has what it takes. Additionally, there's the fact that she comes from one of the richest families in the city. Haisung is one thing. These are the Fitzgeralds.
True, but something tells me that she's now on the outs with her family.
No matter how on the outs you are, these rich children are never fully off the grid, and that's what we need for our recruits. Off the grid.
Let me talk to her.
Understood.
She might not be an assassin-worthy material, but I don't think that every one of us needs to be an assassin. Just look at Papa. Well, Papa can kill, but Papa was an inventor more than an assassin.
Understood. Perhaps tonight, in addition to Shen, you have your friends assist you as well. And maybe she does a good job. We will promise to consider.
Yeah. That's all we can ask for.
I will also say, in case you weren't aware, we received news that this ball is masquerade. You know what masquerade is, yes?
Oh, I am familiar with the masquerade.
I thought you might. You know very well that masked balls are going to make it easier for you to get in, but harder to spot suspicious individuals. So please, no shenanigans. I need you at your best.
Yes, ma'am.
Give me more of this scenario who brings results, yes?
Yes, I will bring his result.
It'll help to have your friends there to assist you. And Shen as well. Please don't drive him crazy.
Oh, come on. It's the best part of working with Shen. Oh, what am I supposed to expect Shen to wear, by the way? Like, how do I spot him?
He'll make himself known to you, don't worry.
Wow, clear. Okay. All right, good idea. Let's go.
Consider
I'll-
this. You are taken on the street. Someone kidnaps you and they want you to give them the information that'll spot Shen. And they torture it out of you. At least you won't know.
Well, to be fair, I probably am going to forget not long after you tell me, and will only remember once I walk in the door. But you do have a point. All right,
She's not amused.
it's worked for me in the past. It keeps your secrets safe. Now, I will head off.
All right.
And
She lets you go and she tucks the ledger under her arm. Good work. And she turns on her heel and heads to the back.
All right, and I'm just going to leave.
Okay. Where are you going?
I'm just gonna go probably head to Gaius's so I can steal more of his clothes.
Lovely. You head over to Gaius's, and I don't know, Arbelriel, are you also making your way over there too?
Yep.
Okay. As you all arrive, you see that Maddie is there, looking like she might have spent the night. And Gaius is there to finish, like, cleaning. I'm assuming you're cleaning breakfast at the table.
Yeah, he's not a messy person.
Love that. And are you saying anything as they roll up?
If they walk in, he's just gonna like wave to him. He's like, coffee if you need it.
Can Arby walks in the door and Gaius is like, coffee you need it. Then I'm just like suddenly next to him going, thanks, I'm starving, because I just climbed him through the window.
I can't even be mad at that. I do that.
In your own home?
Isn't it weird seeing someone climb in the window instead of being the one climbing out, huh? And I just grabbed one of the bacon pancakes.
I mean, I did that. I did both of that last night.
What are you? Dude, I left you at 2:30 in the morning. What the fuck else did you do last night?
I had to pay
Or
a
who
visit.
else?
I had to pay a visit to Angharad. Get more information.
Talk. We need talk now.
Yeah,
We need him. Yeah.
we do need to talk because there is stuff going on that we were not aware of.
Sure is.
Somebody's aware of us. Not only aware of us, but aware of what we've been doing.
How aware?
Talks of all of us and our antics, our desires, and the needs to get us alone. Apparently for me, my little outburst at the academy with Maddie actually caught somebody's attention.
So your plan worked.
I was going to say that was your intention.
Yes, but apparently Arby here is being too, how did they put it for him? I forget.
Rebellious and willful.
Arby's being too rebellious and willful against his family's wants. You are
the way you said it, just like not believing it.
you as he points over Sonari, are just a mischievous tiefling that's getting her nose into everything.
I mean,
Well, that's her.
I don't make a secret of that.
And I forgot what they said about Maddie.
I would also say, Rojin, you remember that they also mentioned Sonari's father and threatened him a bit.
They also mentioned your father and made threats towards him as a means to what I would guess is to keep you away.
Did they just? Right.
And I forgot what they said about Maddie.
Essentially, they were watching Maddie and they know that she had been spending time, like her goings on, meaning probably her time with the eyes.
And they are very aware of Maddie's actions these past couple days with us, with the eyes.
So they're the same people that told my father.
I don't know. As much as if I have the information as to what they said, I don't have their identities. But Angharad is going to provide a written transcript of everything she remembers to me tonight. We need to protect her at all costs.
I also have been given a mission, an additional mission with the Tufts. Because, while you've gotten your information as well here, turns out the eyes have been keeping their eyes, no pun intended, on a new cult called Black Hand.
Wait,
And
the same Black Hand?
Same Black Hand. I even showed the picture of it, and I went, "Does it look familiar?" It's very much the same. And the suspicion is that good old Lord Tuft is a new recruit. So they want to find out exactly what if there's anything in the estate that gives away what he knows, and also what Black Hand has promised him or threatened him with in exchange for his cooperation. Because apparently that's what they do. They make deals and threats using things that the people really want or care about. That also sounded familiar.
Yeah. That sounds extremely familiar.
And as Sonari is telling all you guys that, what is everyone's passive perception?
13.
11.
60.
Ah, 12.
Arby, you're listening to Sonari in a very unusual move, businesslike. Got her facts already before her, got a plan, explaining the mission. Gaius and Maddie are fully enthralled. You feel like almost like you took a step back from the conversation, and you get that sense on the back of your neck, that feeling of being watched again.
I would like to try something, I think.
Actually, do you mind if we save it for next week?
It is going overtime.
Let me
It'll
make
be
a note in my notes of the thing I want to try so I don't forget.
Yes, that sounds good. It'll be a good way to open, a sense of unease.
Cliffhanger.
Cliffhanger. But yes, we are going to end it there for today because we did go over a little bit, and I apologize. That's funny because I was actually talking about like ending a little earlier because of my voice, and I'm just like, I can't, I gotta keep
It's
going.
too good.
Yes,
We got involved.
A lot
Got
of good
involved.
stuff this session.
Yes, I'm so glad to hear it. All right, take it away, Rojan.
Alrighty. Well, thank you,
Snap
everyone.
your fingers.
Snap my
Do
fingers.
your thing.
Thanos snap.
You can do it all by yourself.
So, thank you, everyone, for tuning on in today. If this is your first time here, this is not the only show that we do. You just watched Downfall of Propriety, which is our Bridgerton-inspired mini adventure that is being run by Malls. Later on tonight at 8 p.m. Pacific time, we've got another episode of the City of Redemption, which is our our Daggerheart game, completely different system. Coming up on Monday, we are going to have another episode of Destiny Forged, which is our longest running show here on the channel, currently in its 4th campaign. Tuesday, we've got another episode of Star Wars Tales of the Outer Rim that is run by Tiltbot. Coming up this Thursday is going to be another episode of Mass Effect Horizons, which is a Mass Effect 5th Edition mod run by Zorro. Coming up next Saturday is going to be another episode kicking things off at noon of Withered Wastes, which is another 5th Edition game that I run. And then later on in the evening, I believe we have Vigilant 6, which is our superhero game. But for now, we are going to head on off. Thank you everyone for tuning on in, and we will see you at 8 for City of Redemption.
Bye.